Thank you. For the record, the time is 9 o'clock. The date is Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025. The commission and staff are appearing from Phillipsburg, Montana in Granite County Museum. This is the scheduled public hearing in docket number 2024.12.119 involving the application of L&L Site Services Incorporated for Class D certification of public convenience and necessity. I will now take appearance of counsel. Counsel, please introduce yourself and who you represent.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Allie Garib and I represent L&L Site Services doing business as Grizzly Disposal and Recycling.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Aaron Nicholson and I'm with the Crowley Law Firm. And along with my colleague, Mr. Lucas Porcello, we represent Allied Waste Services of North America doing business as Republic.
I will next ask for public comment. We'll start each hearing each day with an opportunity for public comment and end the hearing with a final opportunity for public comment. We'll begin with any commenters in the room. Are there any commenters in the room? Commenters in the room. Seeing none, we'll move to commenters online. Do we have any? None online. Please note that this session is being recorded and all comments received will be public record, a matter of public record, so please do not include confidential or private information in your comments. Do either of the parties have any informal question before we begin the evidentiary hearing?
We have a preliminary motion to make, Madam Chair. This time we would move under Montana Rule of Evidence 201 for judicial notice of the U.S. Census Bureau Granite County population data for the year 2000, 2010, and 2020. That information is readily available on the U.S. Census Bureau website, and the population for Granite County for the year 2000 was identified as 2,380. The population for Granite County in the year 2010, as identified on the U.S. Census Bureau website, was 3,044. And for 2020, the total population estimated for Granite County was 3,309. And pursuant to Rule 201 of the Montana Rules of Evidence, this is information that is capable of, capable and accurate of ready determination by resort to resources whose accuracy cannot be reasonably questioned. Specifically, it's based on, again, U.S. Census Bureau data information. And that is information that is constitutionally required to be taken every 10 years as part of the congressional districting process. And so for those reasons, we would move to request judicial admission of those facts.
Counsel, to clarify, are you asking for the population? What was the additional fact?
Yeah, so the U.S. Census Bureau data and the population itself. So again, that population for 2000 was listed as 2,380. And then for 2010, the population as listed on the U.S. Census Bureau's website was listed as 3,044 for Granite County. And for the year 2020, the total estimated population for Granite County was listed as 3,309. And we also have a point brief if the commission would like, that we can share the commission as well as opposing counsel identifying kind of the law on this issue as well.
Any response to that? Any objection?
Thank you, Commissioner Bubchek. I don't have any objection to those specific facts. I just want to make sure. Are we introducing any evidence or is it just the facts? That's my understanding, that we're wanting to take administrative notice of.
My understanding is he was requesting administrative notice of the facts he stated on the Census Bureau.
I have no objection.
Thank you. So we will take judicial notice of those facts. So based on the parties' pre-hearing memoranda, a few items need to be addressed before we begin the hearing. First, I want to note for everyone's awareness that on April 1st, 2025, the commission issued order 7994B granting administrative notice following L&L's uncontested motion. Next, I want to discuss time allocation. As you know, this hearing has been scheduled to conclude no later than Friday, April 4th at 5 p.m. Mid-morning and afternoon breaks will occur at convenient times during the hearing, and we will have an hour-long lunch recess midday. By my rough count, according to the pre-hearing memoranda, the parties may be calling 31, is it more like 31 to 40 witnesses collectively? Have the parties come to any agreement regarding the allotment of time for case presentations?
Thank you, Commissioner Bukacek. Mr. Frisella and I discussed this before the hearing started this morning. I do believe we won't call each and every witness that is identified on our pre-hearing memo. And my plan is to be substantially through the bulk of our witnesses by noon or 1 tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We spoke about this before, and I do not see this as a problem from Republic's point of view. I think as long as we've got roughly that amount of time, we should be able to complete this in short order.
All right, so given the limited time we have, I ask all parties to be mindful of the need to move things along efficiently as possible to ensure both parties have an opportunity to fully present their cases. Next, let's address remote testimony. L&L informed the commission that it is requesting that multiple witnesses be allowed to appear remotely via Zoom video, specifically those Brandon Montleone, Angela Scantling, Blaine Bradshaw, Bert Bartle, William Shockley, and Lance Cheney, who may need to testify telephonically.
That's correct, Commissioner Bukacek, excuse me. Our first 3 witnesses today will be remote witnesses, and that's Brandon Monteleone, Angela Scantling, and Blaine Bradshaw.
Okay. Do you have any objection to these witnesses appearing remotely as stated?
Commissioners, no objection to them appearing remotely. I think I want to make sure I understood that they're going to be able to, view whatever exhibits like they would were they present in the room. Is that?
It depends on the setup, I guess, that the commission has in place. I've provided the exhibits that I intend to rely on with these particular witnesses to them directly.
Can we set up for that?
We do have copies of the electronic exhibits. I think we can work out a screen sharing on the Zoom.
Okay. As long as
That
they
would work
can
out.
view materials just like they would if they're here in person or similar via Zoom, I think that's no objections from the public.
Okay, we may just need to take some time to make sure that we can get that set up.
Yes,
Thank you.
I'm more than willing to work that out.
Are any further accommodations needed for other witnesses? L&L?
Not for L&L.
We have one witness, which are Ms. Garrett has graciously allowed us to appear out of order. And so other than that, no accommodations for the public.
Okay. So we talked some about the exhibits. The parties have filed pre-hearing memoranda identifying the exhibits they intend to move forward for admission into evidence, provided copies of marked exhibits to the commission. We have them here and have been directed to provide marked electronic copies to the court reporter. The commission did not receive any objections to the parties' proposed exhibits. Do the parties stipulate to the admission of any particular exhibits?
What's your position?
Maybe not at this time, but as we continue to go through the hearing, then potentially we could reach some stipulations.
Commissioner Bukacek, my concern is with the bulk of our exhibits consisting of prior hearing testimony and things like that may or may not be relied on during the hearing. I just worry about overloading the record with paperwork I need it for my purposes, to be able to make sure that I can cross-examine public's witnesses and those kind of things. But I don't want to move in bulk to admit each and every one of these. That as it comes, portions of exhibits as we introduce those and lay foundation for each of those.
Good. Okay, so the exhibits subject to stipulation are admitted into evidentiary record.
There's no stipulation.
Okay.
If we'd be on.
So I will rely on counsel for the parties to notify me when a question or answer may reveal confidential information. And we will then pause the hearing to give our staff time to stop the live stream and close the hearing room to anyone who should not be present during the discussion of confidential information. Upon the conclusion of any confidential portions of this hearing, we will again pause to restart the live stream and open the hearing room to the public. Any questions from the parties about the process?
No.
So let's proceed to opening statements then. Would applicant L&L like to make an opening statement?
I would, thank you, Commissioner Buchek. Good morning, Commissioner Buchek, Commissioner Wilborn, Commission staff, our court reporter, opposing counsel. I've lived in Montana for 20 years, and this is my first time in the Granite County Museum. So I think now I can truly say that garbage has taken me places I've never been before. The record that L&L and Grizzly are going to put forward through our witness testimony is going to demonstrate that L&L is a fit, able, and willing provider of Class D services and is fit, able, and willing to provide the proposed Class D service in Granite County utilizing roll-off containers. 5 different times over the last 2 decades, this commission has had an opportunity to extensively examine L&L's financial condition, intentions, equipment, and experience. Every time, this commission has found L&L to be fit, even when ultimately denying the Class D application. 10 years ago, before L&L had authority to haul anything other than construction waste and debris, Republic stipulated that L&L was fit to provide regular residential and commercial Class D service throughout Gallatin County. L&L Grizzly Disposal has the equipment ready to roll on day one, and they fully intend to perform a proposed service. In terms of public need, the testimony will demonstrate there is need for an additional roll-off carrier in Granite County. And there is also a need for better, improved customer service to folks in Granite County. You'll hear testimony from shipper witnesses in Granite County that were outright denied service. You'll hear testimony from Republic that these shipper witnesses were told that there is no service provided by Republic in Granite County. You'll hear from the Granite County attorney about negotiations regarding their contract for the 2 transfer stations. One is in Drummond and one is in Phillipsburg. Republic is the only provider, and so the county is limited in how or if it can negotiate with the existing provider of roll-off service to dispose of the waste at those 2 transfer stations. You'll hear testimony from the only other Class D provider in Granite County that he receives calls annually, 10 to 12 calls annually from contractors and other individuals in Granite County needing roll-off service. existing carriers, the evidence will show that the existing carriers are either unwilling or unable to meet the existing need. You will hear that for 3 months, Republic told the ranch at Rock Creek that Republic did not serve the area, despite the employees at the ranch calling a local Montana phone number. Neither of the Republic employees that the ranch at Rock Creek spoke with were here in Montana or had any knowledge of the services that Republic provides in this state. It wasn't until 5 months after the ranch at Rock Creek first attempted to get service from Republic that anyone from Republic reached out to try to offer them service. And that was only after this application was filed with the Public Service Commission. You'll hear from the county about the lack of willingness of Republic to negotiate any of the terms when renewing the contract for the service to the transfer station. For the last element required for Class D carriers, lack of harm contrary to the public interest, the amount of Republic's annual revenue at issue here in Granite County by their protest is $166,290. Republic's total revenue under PSC number 1581 for 2021 was over 61.5 million. We are here because Republic voluntarily protested an application by L&L in a service area where Republic earns just 0.27% of its revenue from roll-off service. And that's just one of 7 total PSC numbers that Allied Waste Republic Services of Montana owns in this state. You'll learn that while Republic has protested this particular application and will likely claim that letting L&L into the market will harm them contrary to the public interest, Republic is voluntarily turning away over $1.5 million in disposal costs from L&L by refusing to let them utilize the Moselle landfill. With respect to this application, competition with Republic, the existing carrier, will promote the public interest. L&L's application has already forced Republic to correct their service area map used by their customer service representatives. And we hope that L&L's entry into the market might encourage Republic to offer the full range of services which they have authority to provide in Granite County. And we would respectfully request that at the conclusion of this hearing and briefing, that the commission approve L&L's application.
Thank you. Would Republic protestant like to make an opening statement?
Yes, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Commissioner, Commission staff, Ms. Garrett. Thank you for being here on this spring morning in Montana. We appreciate it. As I said, my name again is Aaron Nicholson, along with my co-counsel, Mr. Lucas Frisella. We represent Republic. Republic is the existing Class D hauler in Granite County. The applicant in this case, L&L, seeks to obtain a Class D certificate of public convenience and necessity to provide roll-off services in Granite County. And under Montana law, the commission may only grant an application following a hearing if the evidence demonstrates, quote, that public convenience and necessity require the authorization of the service proposed or any part of the service proposed. And in evaluating whether to grant a certificate, the commission is to first evaluate the fitness of the applicant, L&L, and then is separately to apply a 3-part test to determine whether there is a public need. In particular, that test includes number 1, whether the new operation or service will serve a useful public purpose responsive to a public need or demand. Number 2, whether the existing carrier, in this case Republic, can and will serve the public purpose without the new operation or service. And third, whether the new operation or service can serve that useful public purpose without endangering or impairing the operations of the existing carrier contrary to the public interest. Now, in addition to those three main prongs for determining whether there's a public need, the commission may also consider competition as well. The burden of proof in this case is solely on the applicant L&L to prove each and every single element of its case by a preponderance of the evidence. If the commission determines that L&L has failed to establish even a single one of those elements, then the application must be denied. The Republic, as the non-moving party, is not required to produce any sort of evidence whatsoever at the start of this hearing. In this case, the evidence will show that the applicant L&L is unable to meet at least three of the required elements. Number one, that there is a public need in Granite County. Number two, that Republic cannot or will not meet the public need. And third, that Republic will be harmed contrary to the public interest. Because of those three items, the commission should deny the application. And so looking closely at each of those elements, first looking at public need, the evidence in this case will demonstrate that Granite County has roughly a population of about 3,500 residents in the county. The evidence will also show that Granite County over the last several decades has had gradual population growth. Unlike other counties in Montana that have large boom and bust cycles, again, the population here has gradually grown. It has not been a booming market. The evidence will show that Republic currently serves approximately 1 to 2 roll-off customers per month, and that Republic is able to meet those needs. Given the evidence to show that there is only approximately 1 to 2 roll-offs ordered a month in Granite County, the evidence is going to demonstrate that there is a limited public need in Granite County that does not justify the addition of an additional hauler in this market, especially because Republic already meets that existing public need. Given all the reasonable information, the commission will see that based on the evidence, based on the geography, based on the population, based on the slow gradual growth, that Republic is able to meet that existing public need and that there is not an unmet need that necessitates the entry of an additional hauler into the market. L&L may also try to argue that there have been certain disruptions in the market, that Republic has failed to provide timely service. The evidence in this case will demonstrate that those are all part of garden variety type disruptions that happen in the market. And that as part of any roll-off business, they're going to run into issues with customer service. There's going to be issues with delays. You're going to run into spring storms like we have today, which just disrupts the ability to timely provide services. But the evidence by and large will show that Republic makes every effort to provide timely and effective service to the customers in Granite County. And so allegations of isolated disruptions are simply just that, isolated limitations and not part of a larger or systemic problem on the part of Republic failing to produce timely and quality customer service for the good people in Granite County. The L&L may also try to introduce evidence talking about a request for additional competition, in particular from Granite County attorney, as well as maybe some of the Granite County commissioners, and discussing that Granite County is in an existing contractual relationship with Republic to provide roll-off services at the transfer station. But the evidence will also show that there is already an existing agreement between Republic and Granite County that is an exclusive contract for the next 4.5 years. And that so any consideration of additional competition really doesn't come into play because there is already an existing contract and Granite County is not going to be sending out bids for the next 4.5 years on this. And so any consideration of additional competition really at this point is premature. And additionally, the consideration of competition should not be mistaken for public need. A preference for additional competition by itself simply does not establish public need, and the evidence will show that. The evidence in this case, in looking at the second element, whether Republic can and will meet the public need, the evidence in this case will also show that Republic in fact can and will meet the public need given all the reasonable circumstances. You will hear testimony from Republic's witnesses, including Mr. Jim Hutchinson, Catherine Bernhardt, and Ryan Kaufman, that Republic has the personnel, the equipment, the infrastructure, the logistical manpower, and the ability to meet whatever public need is here in Granite County. And that Republic doesn't look at their certificate as simply an obligation, but they look at it as a responsibility to provide services to Granite County. and that they have the means and the financial backing and the ability to provide and to meet that public need that is here. L&L has also brought up a mistake involving Republic's providing service to the Rocking J Ranch, and Republic acknowledges that mistake. And not only acknowledging that mistake, Republic identifies that once it actually was a mistake, it is taking concrete steps to ensure that that mistake does not happen again, and that when Republic found out about it, that there was a mistake on Christmas Eve, Republic reached out on Christmas Eve to the Rocking J Ranch to clarify and to ensure that, yes, Republic can provide service to the Rocking J Ranch. And Republic, during the week of Christmas, took concrete steps to ensure that that mistake could not happen again, including reaching out to customer service representatives, updating its mapping system so that when Republic does get calls from folks in Granite County, that its customer service representatives have the proper information to determine and look at and ensure that Republic, yes, can meet and serve all of the residents of Granite County, not just folks in some areas or other areas, but all of the folks in Granite County. And so Republic acknowledges that mistake, and it has taken steps to ensure that that mistake will not happen again. Finally, looking at the third element, L&L must also show that Republic will not be harmed by the grant of an additional authority contrary to the public interest. And the evidence in this case will show, again, that there is a very limited customer base in Granite County. Again, it's approximately 1 to 2 roll-off calls per month. And so that is already a very limited customer base. We expect that you will hear testimony from Republic's witnesses that introducing an additional hauler into the market will effectively cut that customer base, that limited customer base, in half. And this could lead to a complete loss of economies of scale, loss of efficiencies that Republic has developed over years to ensure timely and effective service throughout the county, and that it will lead to additional costs. Additionally, it would also lead to redundancies and additional truck traffic on the road from the competitor, from L&L, which would again lead to increased wear and tear on infrastructure, increased trucks on the road, and duplication of services that are already in place providing excellent service. We also expect that you'll hear testimony that based on the loss of customer base, based on the loss of potential revenue, based on the decreased efficiencies, and based on the loss of economies of scale, it will increase costs to do business, as well as not only for Republic, but also for L&L, because neither company will be able to effectively operate in the market when there is not a large enough public demand to support it. And so if neither company can effectively operate, they're going to be raising their prices, unfortunately, which get passed on to the end consumer. And those higher prices are not in the public's best interest. And so ultimately, in conclusion, in this case, the evidence will show that L&L will be unable to meet its burden of proof on those three elements. Again, that there is a public need. Number two, that Republic cannot or will not meet the need. Republic will meet that need. And third, that the existing carrier Republic will be harmed contrary to the public interest. Again, the duplication of services, the loss of efficiencies will lead to potentially higher costs for Granite County. And that is contrary to the public interest. The evidence will show that Republic has been serving this market for years. It will continue to serve this market for years. The evidence will show that, again, there's a limited demand of 1 to 2 customers per year. Even if that demand was increased by 100% to 2 to 4 customers per month, that Republic has the means to meet that need and will meet that need. And so following the conclusion of the evidence, Republic will request that the commission respectfully decline and deny the application put forward by L&L. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garrow, you may proceed with your case in chief.
At this time, Commissioner Vukuchek, I would call Brandon Altelioni.
I would like all witnesses for both parties to please stand, raise your right hand. I will swear you in all at once. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Counsel, if any of your witnesses are not currently present, please notify me now and at the time your witnesses are called to testify, so I may swear them in at that time.
Commissioner Vukuchek, do you want me to tell you who's not here right now? Who else?
I've covered it before with the
No,
7.
we've got Brandon is first, Angela Scantling second, Blaine Bradshaw will also be appearing via Zoom. We have Vicky Witt, who will be here tomorrow. Vance Cheney tomorrow. I believe that's it.
So we'll swear them in at that time.
Okay.
Brandon is online. I will ask him to unmute.
Hello.
Good morning, Mr. Monteleone. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
We can.
Oh, perfect.
Pretty quiet.
Okay. One moment, we're gonna turn up the audio on our side.
Okay.
That'll come up. Yes.
So he's there, we could swear him in.
I'll ask if he was sworn in. Okay, we're gonna try out the audio one more time. Brandon, can you say a brief statement?
Yeah, Brandon Monteleone joining. Anyone hear that?
Yes, that sounds great. Were you here when there was a swearing in just now? Did you get sworn under oath?
Yeah, I just logged in when that was happening.
Okay, great. Ms. Garrett, you can proceed.
Thank you. Brandon, where do you live now?
Currently live in Utah, Moab.
And where did you live before you moved to Moab?
I lived in beautiful Montana, 79 Carriage House Lane.
Okay. And what, is there a business located at that address?
Yes, it is. Is the ranch at Rock Creek.
And did you work for the ranch at Rock Creek?
Yes, I did. I was a director of engineering and logistics for the property.
Can you tell me a little bit about the duties that you had in that position?
Absolutely. It's overseeing all facilities, everything from the luxury hospitality hotel we have, full maintenance, capital projects, life and safety, pretty much anything contract wise, you name it, facilities maintenance wise for the entire property, which is 6,600 acres.
When did you leave employment with the ranch at Rock Creek?
I left in February of 2025.
Okay. And you mentioned this a little bit in answering your duties, but what is the ranch at Rock Creek, Brandon?
Well, the Ranch at Rock Creek is a luxury dude ranch. It is a Forbes 5-star ranch, the first ranch to ever do it in the whole entire world. It is basically a place where you can go and stay. It's like a Wild Wild West, but luxury feel and providing, the best customer service you can possibly imagine with all the activities that you would love to do in Montana.
Brandon, as the Director of Engineering and Logistics for the ranch at Rock Creek, do you handle garbage service or obtaining garbage service for the ranch?
Yes, absolutely. There's always waste that we have to remove off property. Definitely was part of my purview.
Is it important to the ranch's success to have efficient and timely options for waste disposal?
Yes, 100%, especially in emergencies and for the clientele of guests we have on property, ranging from one night stays from $5,000 to $25,000 a night, depending on the accommodation.
Who provides the regular weekly garbage service to the ranch at Rock Creek?
That would be Granite Disposal.
What kind of containers do you have for that? Or if you remember?
Yes, for offsite housing, they would just have like your residential plastic containers. For on-site the property, we had 4 yarders. We had about 3 of them at the boneyard, which is our facilities yard.
While you were employed at the ranch, did you ever have other waste disposal needs that Granite Disposal was unable to meet?
Yes, 100%. We actually, my first week of starting, we had a fire at our buckle barn. So unfortunately, we needed to do a lot of waste removal, and they were incapable of doing any 40-yard roll-offs for us. They did not have the capabilities. So we were kind of in a pickle trying to figure out how we can move, mass waste off property, which kind of sparked this whole trying to find a vendor.
Can you tell me a little bit, you mentioned the buckle barn. Can you tell me what that is?
Yeah, absolutely. Our buckle barn is one of our hubs in the middle of the property. It is where we do a lot of our dinners, lunches, sometimes breakfast. We do our basically dancing. We do pretty much everything comes out of that facility. It's a huge focal point for all our guests.
And did the fire, was it partially destroyed in the fire? What was the damage on it?
Yeah, the back of the kitchen was pretty much completely destroyed and no longer operational. Luckily, we were able to salvage the front half, which is more of like the dancing and sit down area. But we basically had to come to complete closure immediately because of that fire.
So after this fire, when you realized that Granite Disposal couldn't provide a larger roll-off container, what did you do, Brandon?
I reached out to local contacts and kind of said, hey, do you guys provide a 40-yard roll-off? They all informed me that I would have to go through Republic because they are responsible or control the area. So I reached out to Republic and kind of said, hey, here's my situation. The new DOE for the property. Hello?
Sorry, Brandon. There was an objection to, and I'm not sure. Yeah, I assume that you said that you reached out to some providers in the area.
Yeah, just my colleagues that have been there for years.
Okay.
Your objection?
The objection was, and they told me, or I don't remember the exact phrasing, but he was relaying information that he had received from those colleagues. That's textbook hearsay.
Response?
So Brandon, I mean, I would agree, but Brandon, let's try to refrain from telling what other people told you in your testimony.
Yeah, I mean, I also Googled like 40-yard roll-offs in my area, so I also did my own research.
Perfect. What did you find when you Googled?
Republic. That was pretty much, I think, the biggest name that pops up. So I reached out to them to try and arrange a service. And that's kind of where the whole conversation started. Just said, hey, I'm trying to get a 40-yard roll-off. Here's my situation. Granite Disposal does not have the capabilities to do that. And can you guys help me with this service?
And so now I'm about to ask you, which is contradictory. I'm about to ask you what Republic told you, but you can talk about that because that's a hearsay exception. So what did Republic tell you when you contacted them? Absolutely.
So my first initial contact was, unfortunately, you're not in our service area. We will not be able to provide any services to you because you are too far from Missoula, which was their hub coming out of Republic. So unfortunately, at this time, we're not able to provide you service for that area.
Oh, Brandon, do you know what number you called? Was it a local number?
I believe I just called the Missoula directly, the Missoula Republic office.
Do you remember the date that you first attempted to contact them last summer, Republic?
I want to say it was.
You can say you don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It was probably like July or something, but not 200% confident.
Do you recall the name of the customer service representative that you spoke with at Republic the first time you called?
Over the phone, I do not recall that name. Okay. For the Missoula branch.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Did you at some point contact Grizzly Disposal and Recycling to see if they could provide the service?
Yes, absolutely. After my follow-up call with Republic, the first initial one, and they said they couldn't provide a service. At that point, I reached out to a local vendor, and that was Grizzly Disposal. And that's when I said, hey, can I, arrange a 40-yard roll-off? Republic says I'm not in their zone, and I need this for, the fire. I need to get rid of debris. Can you help me?
And do you recall who you spoke with at Grizzly Disposal and Recycling?
Yes, that would be Vicky.
What did Vicky tell you about whether Grizzly could provide roll-off service in Granite County?
Objection, hearsay.
Response?
Vicky will be here to testify tomorrow. I suppose I can elicit from her what she told Mr. Montoya. And so I'll withdraw my question. Brandon. Did you go back to Republic after you spoke with Vicky?
Yes, I did. I had reached out to Republic to see if I could either request service or get in writing that they would not provide service to us as they previously stated.
So Brandon, now I want to look at your emails, and I believe you have a copy of those. They are marked as Exhibit 5, pages L&L 547, 556. Do you have those in front of you, Brandon?
1 minute. Yes, Exhibit 5.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, I do have that in front of me.
Gigantic binder. Brendan, I'm going to ask some questions that may sound like I don't know what these are, to lay foundation so that we can actually talk about what's in the emails that you have with Republic. And those are the only emails I want to refer to. Do you recognize these emails?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and who are they between?
They're between me and Lou Hoffman, inside sales consultant for Republic Services.
And then is there also on 554, is there another salesperson from Republic named there that you also emailed with?
Yes, I believe it was Jen Murray or Murray.
And on page 547, what are the dates of your email communications?
On 547 with Lou,
Yes.
that would be, let's see here, Lou Hoffman, August 6, 2024, 8:59 a.m.
And then on 550, the next email chain that you had with Republic, it starts at 551. Nope, 550. Can you tell me the dates of those emails?
The next one with Jen Murray, that date?
No, this might be the same email here. What is it? 550 is the page number that I'm looking at. It's the same one. Okay. So my mistake, Brandon. Let's look at 553.
Okay.
Is your pick the next one? Can you tell me the dates of your communications with Jen Murray?
Yes, that'd be Monday, July 22nd of 2024 at 10:03 a.m.
And then on the next page, on 555, there's another email communication with Lou Hoffman.
Yes, Lou Hoffman on Tuesday, July 30th of 2024 at 9:07 a.m.
Brandon, are these, except for the additional emails where you sent these to Vicky, are these the true and accurate copies of the emails that you received from Jen Murray and Lou Hoffman, representatives of Republic Services, in late July and early August of 2024?
Yes, 100%.
So at this time, Commissioner Vukovic, I would move for admission of Exhibit 5, this portion of Exhibit 5, L&L 547 through 556.
Any objections?
Commissioners, I asked two clarifying questions. The first is just to make sure we've got the pages, that we know what section of pages that we're trying to admit. And then the second piece is, I don't think we have any opposition to Mr. Monteleone's foundation for his emails, but I just know there's some additional substance in these exhibits that is in addition to what he is may have related to testify to, so I do have a little bit of concern about admitting that. I don't know if there's a way to.
And
specifying
Commissioner
the
Bucek,
pages.
so in addition, on these emails that we've got correspondence with where Brandon sends emails to Vicky Witt, and I think those are the Miss Witt's responses, or whoever she sends them to later. I don't think those would be admitted just based on Brandon's testimony. I think we're limited to his emails contained on page L&L, Exhibit 5, L&L 547 through 556. The emails from Republic and Brandon's emails to Republic.
We accept a portion of exhibit.
Objection to his emails or Republic's emails to him, Commissioner.
Okay, so that partial exhibit then. Those portions of exhibit 5 are admitted.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bucek. Sorry about the lawyering there, Brandon. Did you speak to, I want to look at 554, and these are the emails with Jen Murray. Did you speak to Republic Jen Murray over the phone on July 22nd, 2024?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall whether you initiated that call?
100%. I reached out every time to Republic.
Okay. Do you know what number you called each time, or this time in particular?
No, not for Jen Murray. It was the Republic line. I think I just got off Missoula or something.
Okay. According to Ms. Murray's signature line on her email, where is she located?
That would be Chandler, Arizona, zip code 85224.
What were you asking for from Republic to get this email from Jen Murray?
I was asking if I could get written notice that they would not service our area so that I could possibly find another vendor to help us.
And when you spoke with Ms. Murray on the phone, Brandon, did she explain to you why Republic couldn't provide a roll-off container to the ranch at Rock Creek?
Yes, they just stated that we were not in their service area and that we were too far away.
What did you do with the email that you received from Jen Murray?
I sent that to Vicky at Grizzly Disposal, just trying to saying, hey, they will not service me. Is this good enough so that I can start getting service?
And did Grizzly deliver containers as a
No.
result of this email from Jen Murray?
No, they did not.
Okay. I want to look at 556. You speak with Republic's Lou Hoffman over the phone on July 30th, 2024.
Yes.
Do you recall what number you would have called?
I believe it was the branch number, but I also believe I was forwarded to this individual within the company.
So you called a number, a local Montana number?
Yeah, and I believe I said, could I speak to somebody else in Republic that could provide me with more detail?
And so then you were transferred and you ended up talking to Lou Hoffman.
Yes.
What were you asking for in this phone call with Mr. Hoffman?
I was just verifying that they could not provide service to Missoula branch to us because we were not in their zone. And if I could get a written notice stating that any vendor could basically deliver to Rock Creek so that we could start providing service for roll-offs.
Did Mr. Hoffman explain to you why Republic couldn't provide service at the ranch at Rock Creek?
Yes, he just stated that we were not in their zone and that is something they did not cover and that anyone could service them. service us because we're not in their zone.
Did Mr. Hoffman tell you he was looking at a service map of Republic service area in Montana at the time when you were speaking to him?
Yes, he seemed like he had all the info on his end. Obviously, I wasn't FaceTiming, but he did say that we are not in his service area of Republic.
And can you just read the email that you got from Mr. Hoffman?
Absolutely. Greetings, Brandon. Unfortunately, the address 79 Carriage House Lane, Phillipsburg, Montana, 59858 is not in Republic Services franchise area. Any vendor can deliver and roll off container to this address. Respectfully, Lou Hoffman.
And what did you do with Mr. Hoffman's email when you received it?
I remember sending it over to Vicky at Grizzly, stating, hey, is this good enough? Can we now move forward with service?
And were you able to get service from Grizzly Disposal after that email?
No, unfortunately not.
So last one, I want to look at 551. You spoke with Lou Hoffman again in early August,
Yes.
and call a local number there, or did you have Mr. Hoffman's direct contact number?
I think at that time I did have his, email address. So I think I just called that work number to reach him directly.
And did you ask him to write you another email about the service denial?
Yes, I did. I said, thank you for providing the first email that says any company. I said, but can you be more specific and say Grizzly Disposal can drop off any type of container and haul away trash as well?
What'd you do with that email, Brandon?
I sent that email to Vicky and said, what else do we need at this point? I just need a roll off.
Were you able to get roll-off service at the ranch after you sent Vicky that email from Grizzly Disposal?
Nope, I unfortunately was not able to even after that.
I want to talk a little bit about, did you have any involvement in completing the affidavits in support of L&L's application in this matter?
No, I believe I sent that over to Angie to complete and fill out.
And if Angie had questions, did she talk to you about that
Yes.
in filling out the affidavit?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Brandon, you mentioned that you still worked at the ranch throughout December of 2024, right?
Oh yes, all the way up till February of 2025.
Did you get contacted by anyone from Republic in December of 2024?
No, did not receive anything.
Do you know whether anyone else at the ranch was contacted by Republic in December 2024?
No.
If someone working at the ranch at Rock Creek was contacted by Republic in December of 2024, would they have told you?
Objection
About that?
calls for speculation.
He's the director of engineering and logistics, and this is his problem. He handles the garbage service. So I would say it's in his job duties to know. Well, I'll withdraw the question. Brendan, did you communicate this issue about not being able to get roll-off service from Republic to other employees at the ranch?
Objection, hearsay.
It's his statement. It's the witness's statement.
Can I answer?
Could you please repeat?
Let's wait just a second. It's personal knowledge. It's
I'll
his.
withdraw.
Okay. Go ahead, Brandon. Now you can answer.
Yes, absolutely. As my job as director of engineering and logistics, I am tasked with completing that buckle barn project and moving forward. So yes, I did completely in all my manager meetings saying, hey, this is the updates. Unfortunately, I have not been able to secure service. We're kind of just in limbo at this moment. And we have HOD meetings, which are just basically department head meetings bi-weekly. So that was kind of my message every bi-weekly meeting, unfortunately. that I'm still unable to obtain this service. I am still unable to get service.
Did Republic Services ever meet the ranch at Rock Creek's waste hauling needs for roll-off service while you were working there, Brandon?
No,
In your experience, is Republic ready, willing, and able to meet the ranch's, or the ranch at Rock Creek's need for roll-off service?
Objection. The witness is not qualified to testify about Republic's willingness or ability.
I'm sorry, in his experience. He's testifying about his personal knowledge.
Does your objection still stand?
Yes, he has well, we have not laid any foundation for that. He has any knowledge of Republic's ability or willingness on either side of that question.
And-
Response.
And we just saw 3 emails from 2 different Republic employees to Mr. Monteleone from Republic saying, we don't serve your area.
Sure. With respect, Commissioner, I'd like to respond.
Sure.
Yes.
So I think the emails speak for themselves, and I think the witnesses testified as to the context of those emails. But I guess we would remain objecting that he does not have the personal knowledge to respond to that question.
And the question was in his experience. I think that under the rules of evidence, he can talk about, in his opinion, based on his experience. It's not expert testimony. It's not outside the realm of his personal knowledge and his personal experience.
I think we've had enough argument on that. One moment, please.
And you can answer the question. I'll ask it again. In your experience, is Republic ready, willing, and able to meet Commander Rock Creek's need for roll-off service?
no. Based off my experience, they were not able to even service us, and I had through emails and conversations that they would not provide service.
At this time, Brandon, although you don't live here, would you support L&L Grizzly's application to provide roll-off service in Granite County?
100%.
And can you tell me why?
They are willing to work with us. They are willing to cover our area. They are very nice. And I believe that they are just wanting to help and they can actually service us. So that's why I would do business, because they're willing to help me.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time. Brandon, opposing counsel and the commission may have additional questions for you.
Witness may now be cross-examined.
Commissioner. Or Mr. Monteleone, this is Lucas Forsell. I don't know if you can see me in the camera. This is Lucas Forsell. I'm one of the attorneys that represents Republic Services. Would you prefer I call you Mr. Monteleone or Brandon?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. So Brandon, I think we talked a little bit about your background at the ranch at Rock Creek. How long were you the director of engineering and logistics there?
I was there for 9 months.
9 months, okay. Sounds like a pretty nice resort. I can say I've never been to a luxury dude ranch, but your description made me want to try it. The role of director of engineering and logistics sounds like a big one. It sounds like it required detailed planning to keep your customers satisfied. Is that accurate?
100%.
Okay. In that role, you coordinated all the garbage needs for the ranch at Rock Creek. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you have staff that worked under you to do that, or is that something you did directly?
Directly.
Okay. Thank you. Brandon, I want to talk about those emails that Ms. Garrett brought up a minute ago. we've talked about them sort of back and forth, but in sequence, I understand you had an email from, well, that you forwarded to Vicky Witt on July 26, 2024, forwarding the email from Jen Murray. That's, I think, page 553 that you were referring to. Is that correct?
Yes,
It's 553 and 554.
Yes.
And that says, you know, here's the email I got from Republica. Let me know if you need anything else on our end to get normal 40 yards, your yard rolls off here for us. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then again, on July 30th, 2024, forwarding an email you received from Lou Hoffman. That's 555 and 556. It says, good morning, Vicky. Christmas came early. Let me know if this works to get the ball rolling. Correct?
Correct.
And then third, to Vicky again, August 6th, 2024, forwarding an email from Lou Hoffman, quoting Walt Disney, it's kind of fun to do the impossible, end quote. Let me know. Is that correct?
Yep. I love Walt Disney.
Don't we all? So let's go back to that first email then. So you say, you know, here's the email I got. Let me know if you need anything else on our end. So you contacted L&L before that first email, correct?
Wait, say that again?
So before your first email to Vicky on July 26th, just want to make sure I understand. You had previously contacted L&L is the other name of Grizzly. So if I say L&L, I apologize. Grizzly Disposal. You had contacted Grizzly before that first email, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. In that email to L&L, it's not clear necessarily what kind of service you need, correct?
When you say L&L, you're referring to Grizzly?
Sorry, yeah, Grizzly, I apologize, a bad habit. When you refer to, when you emailed Grizzly, it's not clear exactly what service you need, correct?
When I emailed Grizzly?
Yes, on July 26, 2024.
It looks pretty straightforward, a 40-yard roll-off.
Sure, you know, is that a single 40-yard roll-off or multiple, or I guess, is it clear from the email what you're requesting?
Yeah, I would say it's pretty clear. I just need a roll-off, 40 yards minimum. Okay,
but you're not telling them how often that you need service, correct?
Not in that email. That is correct.
And there's no reflection in that email about what the cost might be, correct?
Not in that email.
Okay, where you might need that roll-off placed, correct?
In that email, no.
Okay. I guess the way you're responding to that, Brandon, I want to make sure, other than these three emails, are there other emails you have with Grizzly on this topic?
No, but I do want to state that my email signature does state the address of the property, which would assume that is the location I need to roll off.
Sure, I understood. And just to confirm, I think I heard you say it before, but the property is something like 6,600 acres. Is that correct?
Yes, beautiful property.
Okay. All right, how about that second email? Christmas came early. That to me sounds like an inside joke. What did you mean by Christmas came early?
That hopefully I can get a 40-yard roll off on property and do my job.
Okay. So it sounds like Vicky must have responded to your original email to let you know that that was a possibility.
Like with that email I provided?
To either, I guess.
Let's see. Which one are we looking at? Sorry. 547 is what you're referring to, correct?
Well, we started with, yeah, let's go back to the beginning. We started with 555, and I think the second email is from 553, and then the second one is 555. It sounds like Vicky must have responded to you at some point between the two to let you know that that was a possibility. If you are now saying Christmas has come early,
And so I'm gonna object, facts not in evidence. Mr. Monteleone has said that he had phone conversations with Ms. Witt. So
That is correct.
yeah, I just asked if she responded. It wasn't.
Your response to the objection? Or-
I hadn't assumed facts not in evidence. I asked if there was a response, and
No, you said,
had she responded was the question.
you said it seems like she would have responded
Oh,
outside of the emails that you have in your possession. And everything that I have is in your possession, and everything from Mr. Monteleone to Ms. Witt is in your possession.
I guess I would suggest that respectfully, I'm not trying to assume any facts not in evidence. I'm just trying to confirm that she had responded at some point in whatever format. And if these are all emails, then I understand. I don't know if that's objectionable at all.
The objection was that the question assumed facts not in evidence. And the question that Mr. Forcilla asked was, I assume that you had some other, she responded to you, that was the language that was used.
Okay,
I'm arguing to you.
may I rephrase?
Yes, you may.
Brandon, just sorry for the confusion on this end. Just to confirm, it sounds like Vicky communicated to you between your first email and second email. Is that correct?
I would say that we've had conversations on the phone, and then these are all the email conversations we had. So yes,
Perfect. Thank you very much. And then last but not least, that third email, you say it's fun to do the impossible. What did you mean by that?
To hopefully, with this email that I provided saying that Grizzly or any vendor can drop roll-offs, that we can finally move forward and hopefully get some service in this area.
Sure, understood. It sounds like your priority was getting the service to the ranch quickly. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. With
Sure.
especially guest clientele we have, we need to, we got to move forward.
Yeah. The ranch at Rock Creek cares more about getting good service than which company provides that service, correct?
No, can you repeat that question?
Sure. The question was, the ranch at Rock Creek cares more about getting good service than which company provides that service, correct?
Yeah, I think that's across any company. You want to get the best service.
Okay. So if Republic had been able to serve the ranch at Rock Creek at that point, that would have met the ranch at Rock Creek's need, correct?
Yes, if my initial interaction and second was we could service you, then obviously we would have took the roll-offs, but unfortunately they were unable to service us. So that is why I'm looking for a vendor that can help me.
Thanks, Brandon. That's helpful. Brandon, I wanted to follow up on a couple of those communications you referred to earlier. And the first one was, I think I heard you say that when you passed along this information to Vicky, you asked if it was good enough. And I just want to clarify that I don't see that in any of those communications. So my understanding is that that's your characterization of the emails and not something that was actually sent to her.
Can you rephrase that, or what are you asking?
Sure. In your testimony before, where Ms. Garrett was asking you some questions, you had said you had passed along the information you had received from Republic's customer service representatives and asked Vicky if it was good enough. And I just want to clarify, this is something that that's your characterization of what you had sent, and the emails are what they are, and there isn't anything else that we're not looking at here.
Yeah, if I believe I'm understanding correctly, like, is this good enough that we can start service with
Okay.
Republic's answers that they won't service us? Yes.
Got it. And then I think I also heard you say that when you had spoken with Republic's customer service representative, Lou Hoffman, on the phone, you had asked him to email you to tell you that Grizzly Disposal could provide that service. Is that correct?
Yes, or any vendor as well.
Yeah, so the first time I think I understood you had said any vendor, and then you clarified and said specifically you needed him to tell you that Grizzly Disposal could do it, correct?
Yeah, so my first initial reach out was any vendor, and then I reached out again and said, can you specify and say Grizzly Disposal as well?
Sure, okay, thank you. Brandon, have you made mistakes at work before?
I think we all have made mistakes.
Okay, and when you have done that, is that something that you tried to correct?
Yeah, absolutely. It's always good to, learn from your mistakes and try and fix them.
Brandon, were you, I'm not sure when you joined the hearing via Zoom, were you listening before when you heard, were you listening during the opening statements?
No, I was not.
Oh, okay. So, and maybe this is something that Ms. Garib has already discussed with you prior to the questions, but if not, it's something she alluded to during our questions. Were you surprised to learn that Republic had contacted the ranch to clarify that it could provide service?
Yes, because
I'm gonna
while I was
object.
there, I did not receive any calls.
Hold
So, 1 second, Brandon.
I'm gonna object. The testimony that we have on the record is there was no contact with the ranch. So I think Mr. Forcell is assuming facts not in evidence in the form of his leading question.
So as a starting point, there's been evidence before the commission for at least a month now in the form of an affidavit from one of Republic's witnesses. That affidavit has been filed and the commission has it. And so there is sworn testimony already before the commission. That witness will be present, currently is present, and also will be present to testify and be cross-examined to the extent that Ms. Garib wishes to. So there is evidence that suggests that there was contact made and the witness is available to testify, to be cross-examined, which I believe is the requirement.
Thank you. One moment, please.
And
So Brandon, I'll ask a different question then. So I think I heard this before and I want to confirm the point. Your coworkers at the ranch at Rock Creek did not inform you that the ranch at Rock Creek had been notified by Republic that Republic was willing and able to provide services, correct?
Correct. Nobody notified me as the director of engineering and logistics, which is my responsibility to know everything about that.
Okay. So if there had been some sort of notification, it sounds like they would have made a mistake as well, correct?
If they had, at least rephrase that, like if they haven't notified me, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, if they were contacted, but there was no contact, so.
Right. Thank you, Brandon. I have no further questions for you. The commission may, if you could just wait for a moment.
Absolutely.
Mr. Wellborn, do you have any questions? Questions? No, I have no questions.
Right. Can you speak up?
No questions. Do you wish to recross? Does L&L wish to recross the witness following?
I have no redirect for this.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Garrett, do you wish to call your next witness?
Yeah, thank you, Brandon.
Thank you. Have a great day, everyone. Also, do I have to stay on this call, or am I good to leave?
No, you can. No, go away. You can leave, Brandon. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Bye, guys.
No, I appreciate it. Okay.
Spelling his last name for me.
Yeah, it's Monteleon. I think that's a right. L&L calls Angela Scantling.
Okay, Angela is online. Ms. Scantling, can you hear me?
I can, but can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect.
Were you present when the witnesses were sworn in earlier this morning?
Yes, I was.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Angela, it's Allie Garib. I don't know if you could see me or not, but I assume you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Angela, is it okay if I call you Angela?
Yes, that's fine.
Where do you live, Angela?
I live on the ranch, on one of the properties of the ranch.
Is that 79 Carriage House Lane?
Correct, yes. Mhm.
And do you work there?
Yes, I do. I'm the financial controller, director of finance. It's all one position here.
How long have you been doing that, Angie?
6 years.
And what is your job as financial controller? What does that entail?
I'm in charge of the accounting department, which involves accounts payable, accounts receivable, payroll, the financial health of the property, and contract management for the property. I'm the only authorized signer on the property for any contract or item like that.
Where did you work before the ranch at Rock Creek?
I came from around 35 years of casino gaming. So my previous position was at Sequan Casino in San Diego, California. And I was with them for 6 years as well.
Can you tell me a little bit about what is the ranch and what does the ranch at Rock Creek do?
So the ranch at Rock Creek is a full service guest resort. It's an all-inclusive. Think of a cruise ship on land. We cover their rooms, their food and beverage, and their activities during their stay.
How many guests can the ranch at Rock Creek accommodate at a time?
Our maximum occupancy on a daily basis is around 125.
And does the ranch at Rock Creek have a relationship with the local community?
Yes, we do. We prefer to stay local for any of our needs. And to do that, we have to make some business compromises. For example, we have high insurance and workers' comp needs from our vendors. And a lot of the local vendors cannot afford our rates, the rates that we need. So we have them go back to their insurance companies and give us get a quote for what it would take from where they're at to where we need them to be. And then we'll reimburse them that increase so that we can do business with them locally.
Is the ranch at Rock Creek involved in any charity or philanthropy in the local community in Phillipsburg?
Yes, we have a specific amount designated by our owner every year that's over 100,000, and he dictates that at least 80% of that has to stay within the local community, anywhere from Drummond to Hall to Phillipsburg, a little bit in Anaconda. But all of the revenues for that, all of the money for the donations has to stay local.
We heard some testimony from Brandon earlier. I understand he no longer works there. Director of Engineering and Logistics, are you the one responsible for making sure that invoices from a waste service provider get paid?
Correct.
Does the ranch at Rock Creek have other waste disposal needs that its regular provider, Granite Disposal, cannot meet?
The only one that I was made aware of was when we had the fire occur. But the need is there periodically to have a larger volume container. We do new construction, we do remodels, all those types of things. And depending upon what it is and how much it is, that would make it extremely convenient to have a larger roll-off.
So Brandon talked a little bit about the fire and the cleanup there. How did the ranch eventually dispose of that waste from the fire, or did they?
I believe we just got some extra containers from Grizzly for it. We didn't have any other options since we couldn't get a large enough roll-off.
Did Granite Disposal provide those containers or Grizzly?
Grizzly. Well, I'm not sure.
Okay. Signed some affidavits in support of Grizzly's application here. Do you remember completing those?
I received the affidavit supporting application for temporary authority from Brandon that he had completed, that needed a signature from the property, which would have come to me since that's one of my duties, is signing for the ranch. And he explained that they were unable to get it locally.
Objection. Hearsay.
So I'll withdraw that question. So Angie, we gotta be careful talking about what Brandon said to you, because we've got to just be able to talk about the things that you know from your personal knowledge. I think your personal knowledge might be because Brandon told you.
It would have been because at the time I was going through cancer treatments, and so I was on and off the ranch and not as heavily involved in the daily flow as I normally would have been. So he would have had to update me on what the issue was and what the status was.
Perfect. So why not just let Brandon sign those affidavits? Why did you sign them?
Because he's not an authorized signer on the ranch. There's a lot of paperwork on the ranch that are contracts that can legally bind us into situations that we don't want to be, and to make sure that the ranch is being protected, they force all of the contracts or anything that requires a signature from the owner under me, so that we can control all of those processes.
They don't, the ranch at Rock Creek doesn't let just anyone sign on its behalf.
Correct.
What did you, I mean, you live on the property. What did you know about the fire that happened? What kind of damage was done?
As I said before, I was going through cancer treatments for all of 2024. So I was on and off the ranch. The fire actually occurred while I was off ranch, receiving my treatments. And I just received the documentation through emails and phone calls from employees at the ranch stating, here's what happened.
Objection. Hearsay.
But she hasn't talked about the.
She's saying exactly what the employees at the ranch told her, which is hearsay.
Response?
She's saying, here's what happened. She didn't say any substance of what they told her. She's not she's explaining how this happened, how the affidavit got her signature on it.
Thank you. One moment.
Angie, does the ranch at Rock Creek have other needs for roll-off service?
Periodically. Like I
And
said, when we do new construction, there's a lot of debris that we could use a larger roll-off. It becomes inconvenient having to make multiple trips with the smaller containers because it impacts guest service. I mean, it's not like they come in the middle of the night and do the disposal. They come in during the middle of the day, which puts them on property when the guests are around.
What kinds of situations? I'm sorry, how often would these remodels or cleanup situations occur?
It might happen 0 times a year. It might happen 4 or 5 times a year. It all depends on what's been decided that we're going to do.
Angie, based on your experience, did Republic meet the ranch at Rock Creek's needs for roll-off service in the summer of 2024?
Objection, this witness has no personal knowledge. She has testified that she was not at the ranch and was getting secondhand information from other employees. And so because this witness does not have personal knowledge of that, she cannot testify to it.
Response?
She lives on the ranch. She has personal knowledge. She was on and off the ranch in the summer of 2024. And I think they can cross-examine her about this if they want to talk about what she specifically saw or didn't. But I think we have laid the foundation to support her opinion testimony on this issue.
Thank you. One moment. Can we say that one more time? I don't think it caught the camera.
Objection overruled.
So Andy, I'll repeat the question. Based on your experience, did Republic meet the ranch at Rock Creek's needs for roll-off service in the summer of 2024?
I would say no, because if they would have, we would have gone with them because that's who we were told serviced our area. And because that came back from our director that was not the case, that was the reason why we had to fill out the affidavit to see if we couldn't get somebody else to help accommodate that need.
Since you completed the affidavit in August of 2024, have you been contacted by anyone from Republic?
I don't necessarily remember if it was from Republic, but I remember being contacted about a garbage disposal service and that somebody was there ready and available to meet our needs. But it was, honestly, I thought it was a salesman. So I didn't pay any attention to it.
Do you know when you would have received, was that a phone call that you actually talked to a person or a voicemail, or how did that work?
No, it was a phone call. It was in the winter. And I was in Idaho at the time that they called, getting one of my treatments.
They called your phone number?
Yeah, I had the work phone forwarded to my cell phone.
Okay. Are you aware, other than that phone call, are you aware of any other attempts by Republic to contact the ranch at Rock Creek?
No.
Angie, do you support L&L Grizzly Disposal's application to haul garbage using roll-off containers in Granite County?
Yes, I see no issue with having them provide that service for us.
I have no further questions, please.
The witness may now be cross-examined.
Good morning, Ms. Scantling. My name is Aaron Nicholson, and I am an attorney for Republic.
Mhm.
How are you today?
Wonderful. How are you?
Good. I can't see you, so I don't know if you can see me.
There's a big glare coming back behind me.
Well, just to clarify, are you testifying at the ranch right now?
Correct. Yes, I am.
Okay. So you also received the snow last night, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
And
So
we
we
had
did.
a power bump this morning, so.
Ms. Scantling, you are the financial controller for the ranch at Rock Creek, correct?
Correct.
And you've been at the ranch for 6 years?
Correct.
Have you lived at the ranch full-time that entire 6 years?
Yes.
Have you lived in the town of Phillipsburg?
Not in Phillipsburg itself. I've always lived on the ranch since I was first hired.
Okay. Because you don't live in the town of Phillipsburg, is it fair to say you don't know what the public need for roll-off dumpsters is in the town of Phillipsburg?
Correct.
What are your responsibilities with respect to waste management at the ranch?
It would have been anything dealing with contract management, paying invoices. At times, periodically, I have had to step into the director of engineering position when the position was vacant, and provide the services that a director of engineering would do at that time. So if we needed any additional pickups or any additional bins, I would have had to negotiate those with the vendor.
And in your 6 years of experience at the ranch, are you aware whether Republic has previously provided roll-off dumpsters to the ranch?
I don't remember if they provided our metal dumpsters or not. But if so, I think that would have been probably the only one.
And when was that?
2022, 2023. I'm not sure if we still have them here for 2024. I don't believe we do, but we were doing a major cleanup of what we affectionately call our boneyard, that had old equipment, metal, things like that, that we needed to get rid of to clean up the area.
To your knowledge, have you ever spoken with anybody from Republic?
No, other than potentially that one phone call that I got in the winter that, like I said, sounded like a salesman saying, "We're here, use us for your services," type deal.
And at that time, did you consider using Republic for roll-off services after you received that phone call?
No, because we normally stay local, and I hadn't had the opportunity to get back to the property to talk with Brandon about if there was a need for any additional service.
But it's your understanding that you were contacted by a representative of Republic who identified that they could provide roll-off services, correct?
No, I don't know if it was from Republic or not. All I remember was that there was a call from a company about garbage disposal and them being ready and willing to assist us with our needs. That's all I remember. To me, it was a sales call. I didn't pay much attention to it.
Okay. And my understanding is that you were undergoing some health, some cancer treatments in the
I
summer
don't-
of 2024.
Yes.
I'm very sorry to hear that, and I'm wishing the very best for your recovery.
Thank you.
At that time, in the summer of 2024, you were not located at the ranch though, correct?
I was on and off the ranch periodically. When I was getting treatments, I was in Idaho. When I was not getting treatments, I would come back and work on the ranch. And then there were periods of time when they allowed me to work remotely while I was getting the treatment.
And during that time, you don't recall speaking with anybody from Republic in the summer
No.
of 2024, correct?
No, I don't remember that at all.
Are you aware whether Republic left a voicemail at the ranch on Christmas Eve of 2024 concerning providing services to the ranch?
No.
Are you aware that Republic can provide roll-off services to the ranch today?
Just through this information here.
And going forward, now that you're aware that Republic can provide those services, is the ranch willing to use Republic for roll-off services?
If we called them and said we have the need and this was the only option, then that would be our only option.
And at this point in time, are you aware of any need at the ranch for roll-off services?
We have a few projects going on that could use a larger roll-off, but nothing specifically at this time.
And if and when those needs arise, are you planning to call Republic to provide those services?
I don't know. That would be the call from the director of facilities, not for me.
That would be something that isn't handled by you?
No, normally not. That would normally be the director of engineering or the project manager who is responsible for organizing that. They would only involve me when they needed assistance with getting a contract signed, getting payment for a vendor, that type of deal.
And is it fair to say that in the summer and fall of 2024, you do not have any direct personal knowledge about direct communications with Republic concerning roll-off services?
Correct.
I have no further questions for you, Ms. Scantling. Thank you for your time, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Wellborn, do you have any questions?
Commissioner Moji also online, but I don't think he's responsive.
So I have a question for the witness. I believe you said that there were 0 to 5 times a year you need roll-offs, and you have gotten by with multiple smaller containers. What size containers have you needed and how many for those jobs, those construction jobs?
The specifics on that, you'd have to get from the director of facilities or director of engineering. Sometimes it's more convenient, like I said, to have one large container to roll off at a time than it is for multiple trips to the location to remove the garbage bins because they're interfering and impacting our customer service. The locations of the Buckle Barn and the current construction that we had going on for the two newest Manly homes required them to cross the middle of the property and drive through where we have a lot of our guests staying. And so that becomes a visual for the guests that they normally don't want to see when they're on vacation, is a big garbage truck rolling down the middle of their vacation.
Thank you. Any questions, council? Do you want a second?
I have no questions.
Okay, with the one question that was asked, does the Republic wish to recross the witness?
Just briefly, Madam Chair. Ms. Scantling, has Grizzly, also called L&L, has Grizzly provided any roll-off services to the ranch previously?
I don't know that for sure.
Thank you. No further questions.
Does L&L wish to redirect its witness?
I do have one question. Angie, do you know whether Grizzly has delivered any containers to the ranch since receiving temporary operating authority from the commission?
I do not know that for sure.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Let me call your next witness.
We'll
It's
take a
temporary
break.
excuse here. Oh, okay. We'll take a break.
Thank you.
What time? Zoom the meeting. The time is 11 o'clock, 11 a.m.
We are back on the record. As a preliminary matter, based on Ms. Scantling's testimony, the commission has some follow-up questions for Mr. Monteleone. If he could be brought back during L&L's case in chief, sometime this afternoon or tomorrow, we would appreciate the opportunity to ask a couple questions.
We'll work it out.
Okay.
Try to get it back here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You may proceed with your next witness.
L&L calls Lance Johnson.
We do have a microphone on the witness stand.
Just watch out for the wire.
Would you like?
It's on low.
We can also grab one of those extra tables if that's a little easier, so he doesn't have to stand the entire time.
I don't mind standing, but maybe the next people want to sit, so.
Grab a table really quick.
Thank you.
Don't have any accents up there.
This is great. Thank you.
Is mic brought down, or can that mic catch it?
Okay, thank you for the help setting up. We are good to continue.
Morning, Lance.
Morning,
Where do you live
Manhattan, Montana,
and where do you work?
L&L Site Services out of Belgrade.
And what do you do there?
I'm the owner, president, kind of do it all.
You've been with L&L since the company started?
Yes, I created it in end of 2006.
And how did it get started?
The next partner and I were talking about the service of the area, random people we knew about having struggles and issues, so we thought it was a great idea. Never knew what the PSC was or what the rules were, so we went down this journey and getting a Class D permit, and from there moved on to many sessions and hearings like this to grow where we are today.
You mentioned a business partner. Who was your business partner at the beginning?
The other L, the first or the second we can argue about, but it was Lee Nuss was my initial partner.
Okay, and what happened to him?
Different path, different lives. So we separated in 14 when he went on about his way, and I continued the garbage world.
Where were you working when you started L&L?
I was working at Montana Kubota and going to college.
And where did you go to college?
MSU.
Did you get a degree?
I did.
What is it?
Mechanical engineering technology.
Okay. And what did you do before college?
I was in the Navy.
For how long?
5 years.
What did you do in the Navy?
I was an engineman. I worked on engines.
How did L&L get its first Class D certificate?
The first one was gone through with just affidavits going out, applying in. I don't even know if we truly had a hearing on that one. It's been so long ago, but it was restricted to the affidavits of just the Class D construction waste only permit.
And so that first application was successful?
Correct.
And what was the business like when you started actually doing Class D hauling?
It was busy, ups and downs with everything, but it was steady growth given the amount of need that was in the area.
And at the beginning, after you got that first permit, what equipment were you using?
Just strictly roll off, 20-yard roll off trucks and trailers.
And do you know when you guys started, how many containers and trucks you had?
We initially applied for actually a pickup, Ford, of the ex-partners, pulling a trailer, and I think we had spec'd out 10 20-yard roll-off dumpsters.
And how many employees did L&L have at the start?
Just my partner and I.
And so as the business grew, did L&L acquire more equipment?
Yes, before we even got the full permit in hand, we already bought a truck and were already upsizing by then with the need and the calls we had received.
And did you hire more people at L&L?
We ran between the two of us, as long as we could and until we needed, then we hired random employees throughout the years as need provided.
The vehicles that you were using in the beginning, were they commercial vehicles requiring a commercial driver's license?
No, they were non-CDL.
In the beginning, were you competing with Republic?
Correct.
And where is that service area that you got the first permit?
The first permit was Gallatin and Park County with a little bit of Madison County.
And you might have said this and I missed it, but what year did you buy out your business partner?
2014.
When did L&L's business expand beyond construction waste and debris?
Prior to the partner and I separating the ways, we applied for a permit, were denied it through the process of the PSC. And then afterwards, I think it was 2016, when I reapplied, and that's when I received the permit to go to all the garbage, essentially.
And do you recall who protested that 2015, 2016 application?
Republic.
Were there any other? Did McGree protest also?
I know McGree protested the first one.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he was in the second one.
Okay. When you expanded, when L&L expanded to residential and commercial garbage, did you have a written business plan for that expansion?
Well, we had one in the 14 that we brought in. It was kind of boilerplate, just we thought we had to have one. But after that, no.
Were you required to have a written business plan to obtain any financing that L&L received at that point?
No.
In that expansion hearing, Republic and McGree stipulated to L&L's fitness, is that right?
Objection, reading.
Were there stipulations, and I'll withdraw the question. Were there stipulations made before that hearing with regard to L&L's fitness?
Yes, obviously the protestants are going to come and say that fitness need, everything that we have to prove is unattainable by L&L or the applicant. So yes, that was status quo for the application there, that we were not fitted.
In 2015,
Yes, 2015.
they didn't stipulate
Well, 14, they stipulated all of it. 15 was, and I couldn't go, I have to pull up to see which one they.
We'll withdraw that question. What was L&L's growth like after obtaining the expansion into residential and commercial garbage?
Heavy growth and steady.
Were there other, what was the service area?
Gallatin County.
The portions of Madison County?
Because the roll-off, well, the two different permits now go out, so I think that still included the access of 280 or whatever the road going to Big Sky is. We get service off of that road, off that permit.
That service in Gallatin County, who does L&L compete with for residential and commercial garbage in Gallatin County?
Gallatin County, we have the City of Bozeman inside the city limits and Republic Services.
And when you got approved for that residential commercial permit in 2016, did L&L acquire additional equipment?
Yes, we did.
What kind of equipment?
At that point, we required rear load trucks, more roll-off trucks, all the equipment needed.
Did you acquire containers?
Oh yes, lots of containers, staff inside the office equipment, computer programs, all that ancillary stuff that goes along with actually just picking up garbage.
And when you got that permit for expansion into residential and commercial garbage in Gallatin County, what were your day-to-day responsibilities with L&L at that point?
Overseeing the entire operation of growing it, ordering it, making sure the routes are done on the streets, the safety of the crew as we're bringing them on, training of the crew, the maintenance of the trucks, equipment. Prior to the permit, it was just myself and one other employee and the ex-partner. So we did everything from that side and merged it to there.
When L&L expanded to residential and commercial garbage in 2016, how did L&L decide which customers it would serve in Gallatin County?
We put the map out of where service everyone to provide to, which is Gallatin County, and then as the calls came in, we just put them on routes for the areas and serviced them.
Did you ever tell folks who called seeking service in Gallatin County that L&L could not provide it?
Objection, hearsay.
The question was, did you ever tell people who called L&L seeking service in Gallatin County that he could not provide it? It's not called for hearsay. It's his own knowledge.
It's out of court statements to potential customers. It's an out of court statement being introduced for the truth of the matter asserted.
It's not a specific statement. It's what he said to people. Certain.
Thank you. One moment.
Did you ever tell people that you couldn't service them?
No, I never turned down any customer calling for service that we provided.
Did L&L do any sort of advertising when they got that permit in 2016?
Yeah, throughout the years, we've always advertised from moving forward. So yes, we did advertise.
At some point, you applied to provide residential and commercial service in Missouri County. Do you recall when that was?
There's 5 or so different hearings, so I might have them jumbled around, but I think 2018.
About how many customers did L&L have in its existing service area in Gallatin County and Madison County in 2018 when it applied for that permit in Missoula?
Customers in Gallatin County
Yeah.
permit? I'd have suspected probably around 10,000.
Was the company profitable at that point?
Yes,
And was your role in the daily operations similar to what you described as 2016?
correct. I still manage over everything.
When you applied for Missoula County in 2018, were there any other Class D carriers in Missoula County at that time?
Yes, Republic.
And did they protest that first application in 2018?
Yes, they did.
Was that application successful?
No, that was not.
Despite the denial of that application, did L&L's growth continue in the existing service area?
Just in Gallatin County, correct.
And did L&L's growth continue through the pandemic in 2020 and 2021?
Yes, it has.
Did L&L give up on expanding into Missoula?
No, we replied.
And before the next application was filed, did L&L establish operations in Missoula County?
Yes, we went out and provided a recycling cardboard service that was needed in there. So we were already in the market doing cardboard recycling.
What was the name of that business?
Grizzly Disposal and Recycling.
Do you recall when you applied a second time for Missoula County?
I'd have to say 2020.
And do you recall, did Republic protest that application also?
Yes, they did.
And were you successful in getting that?
That one we were successful, yes.
And how soon after getting the commission's order on that application did Grizzly Disposal and Recycling start providing regular residential and commercial service in Missoula County?
Right away.
Currently, are you managing operations over in Missoula?
I've had Billy Fisher as the general manager over there that I run alongside, but he does the day-to-day every operations on that side.
And do you have the same duties in Belgrade with L&L in Gallatin County, or have you tried to offload some of them?
Oh, I've delegated to other staff just to, as we grow, can't be everywhere at once. So yes, I have managers and staff underneath me that I oversee to do the operations I used to do.
And do you know about how many employees L&L has in the Gallatin County operation?
Around 55,
And what about in Missoula County?
probably around 40.
I'm gonna look at exhibit 2. Excuse me, exhibit 5. Now, 19. And grab one of those to give to the room.
Yes, you may.
If you could turn to, it's 19. Starts on 19. And it goes to page. We're talking about L&L 19. And then it goes through 40.
And
Yeah.
report.
Yeah. Do you recognize those documents? Lance?
Yes, these are the annual reports for the PSC.
For what years?
19. Zooming all the way through 23. Let me verify. Yes.
Is that your signature on the last page of each of those annual reports?
Yes, it is.
And those are annual reports to the Public Service Commission from L&L Site Services.
Correct.
So on the 2021 annual report, looks like there's no signature page for that one. I couldn't find the signature page on the commission's website either. Can you look at that? Is that despite the absence of a signature page, these numbers for 2021 look accurate.
Your prior. Yes, I do.
The missing pages of that, in addition to the signature page, they would be a customer list on a verified statement based on the prior reports.
Yes, it would have been.
Does L&L have enough revenue to demonstrate that they meet the minimum Class D requirement without a customer list?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Response?
So the minimum Class D requirement is a factual conclusion. It's the minimum Class D requirements for haulers is 20 customers per month or $5,000 in revenue annually. And the question to Mr. Johnson asks, well, I can ask it that way. I'll withdraw the question. I'll ask it that way. Does L&L have, in 2021, did you have more than $5,000 in revenue in 2021?
Yes, it is.
And did you have more than 20 customers?
Correct. We did.
Are these true and accurate copies of L&L's annual reports for 2019 through 2023?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so at this time, I would move admission of Exhibit 5, pages L&L 19 through 48.
No objection.
An objection? And that portion of exhibit 5 is admitted into the record.
Thank you, Commissioner Boucher.
Thank you.
Lance, I want you to look at page L&L 20. Can you tell me what? We're looking at revenue. Tell me what L&L's revenue from just from Class D services in 2019 was.
The 8,929,030.
That's right. And then the non-regulated revenue in 2019. What's that amount?
That's 1,133,374.
What does that non-regulated revenue come from?
Anything that's not part of the PSC, like we offer demolition, leases of compactors, just non-regulated hauling of trash.
And so can you tell me, based on the 2019 annual report, what was the total revenue for L&L in 2019?
Just over 10 million.
And what's the net income?
2,347,601.
And on the next page, L&L 21, can you tell me the amount of carrier operating property?
10.8 million.
I want to look at L&L 28. Can you tell me what's the L&L revenue from Class D services reported in 2020?
I mean, the rounder, I want the whole number, kind of just say 9.5.
I hate reading those numbers.
9.5 million.
Okay.
Did you say 9.5?
9.5.
What's the total revenue?
10.5.
And the net income?
2.4 million.
Okay, and then the next page, what's the amount of carrier operating property in 2020?
12 million.
And then let's turn to page 36. What's the revenue from Class D services for L&L in 2021?
11.4 million.
And what's the total revenue?
12.4.
And the net income?
2.4.
And on page 37, what's the carrier operating property?
Is 14.1.
Let me turn to page 40. This annual report for 2022, is this the first year that Missoula County operations were up and running?
Correct.
Does this number include Bozeman and Missoula?
Yes, it does.
What's the L&L revenue from Class D services in 2022?
14.3.
And what's the total revenue?
16.7.
And the net income?
2.5.
And the next page, the carrier operating profit.
It's over 21 million.
Page 45. 2023, what's the L&L Grizzly revenue from Class D services in 2023?
20 million.
What's the total revenue?
22 million.
Net income?
2.9.
And on the following page, page 46, is the carrier operating property amount.
28 million.
These forms, or who does that?
I work alongside my accountant, CPA John Princess.
Okay, so if there are specific questions about some of these, can you answer specific questions about all the numbers that are inputted here, or is that a team effort?
It's a team effort. I review it after John runs through the system and puts the numbers into the sheet, review together, and I sign.
Moving away from the annual reports, what disposal facility does L&L currently utilize in Gallatin County?
Gallatin County, we work at Logan Landfill.
What about Grizzly disposal?
Grizzly disposal currently runs anywhere from Helena, Tri-County Disposal, Deer Lodge, and Gallatin, Logan Landfill.
And despite hauling to those locations for Missoula, L&L continues to be profitable.
Yes,
And do they continue to acquire new customers in Missoula?
yes, we do.
How about in Gallatin County?
The same, yes.
Is your role, I'm sorry, do you supervise anyone directly?
Essentially everybody still.
Who runs the day-to-day operations for Grizzly in Missoula?
Billy Fisher does.
Do you have a general manager in Gallatin County?
Yes, I do.
And does L&L have offices in both locations?
Yes, we do.
What about property for truck yard or container storage?
Now we have property in both locations.
What's the property like in Gallatin County?
Gallatin County run numerous buildings on a large parcel. I think we're 9 acres, numerous buildings, weld shops, paint, remote office on the side for management. And then we have some external laydown yards that we have access to.
What's the property like in Missoula County?
It's a old truck facility, so it kind of fits the needs of it. It's a larger building, large shop for repairs, washing, welding on, large asphalt parking lot for storing dumpsters with excessive space to put overflow to.
What is, does Missoula County have customer service reps that work in the office?
Yes, they do.
And what about Gallatin County?
The same, yes.
Do you know how many work in Gallatin County?
Including the management, 7 to 8.
And then, so you have a customer service manager.
Yes, I do.
And then what about Missoula County? Do you know those numbers?
I'd say 4 to 5 on the floor, and then the management above it, so about the same.
And what are the customer service representatives that work in the offices? What do they do on a daily basis?
Just answer the phone calls from any calls coming in, either answer the questions or direct them to the right side of the company.
Do you have drivers in Missoula County?
Yes,
And are they commercially licensed drivers?
yes.
Do you know how many?
Say probably around 15,
What about,
20,
what about Gallatin County?
probably 10 more than that, 20 to 30.
Is there regular safety training in both locations?
Yes, weekly.
Do you know approximately how many vehicles L&L Grizzly has now?
We just lettered truck 182, and I think I've probably sold 6. So I would say anywhere from 175 licensed vehicles. That's including anything that actually requires a license from the motor vehicle.
Is that an even split, or are there 90 and 90 in each location?
Yeah, Grizzly runs a higher number of trucks for less customers due to the traveling so far for landfill. So it's even on the number of trucks, but heavier roll off in Gallatin County.
Is there existing roll-off service provided by L&L in both locations?
Yes,
Do you know approximately how many roll-off containers you have in Gallatin County?
approximately 700,
Or Missoula?
150.
How does the existing roll-off service work? How does a customer go about getting roll-off service from L&L or Grizzly?
They just call the local number, reach one of the representatives. We let them know we can drop the container off, agree to the terms on it, pricing, any questions they have, review what can go in the boxes and safety of it if need be, and schedule it for drop off or pickup.
How long does L&L or Grizzly take to deliver a container, a roll-off container to a customer after a request?
1 to 3 days, depending.
If a customer needs a container dumped or needs a new container, how long does that usually take?
Within that 1 to 3 days, depending the customer schedule and obviously our schedule.
Are you aware of any roll-off service needs that L&L Grizzly has been unable to accommodate in the existing service areas?
No.
Have you ever run out of containers?
Run out like for a 10 period of time or like a daily?
Have you ever run out of containers, had a customer call and say, I don't have a container to deliver to?
No.
If this application is successful, does L&L Grizzly Disposal actually intend to provide roll-off service in Granite County
Yes,
year round?
year round.
Do you have any plans to sell this Class D certificate if you're successful in obtaining it?
No,
Any plans to transfer it to someone else?
no.
How will L&L and Grizzly provide roll-off service in Granite County?
As far as like the equipment or the calls coming in or generalized, at this point, if somebody recalls today from Granite County, given the circumstance that we're not dumping at the landfill in Missoula, we're sending every one of our roll-off trucks to Deer Lodge to dump. So we've got trucks going by daily in this area. So if we were to get a call for, let's say, the Rock Creek and we need to go down there and one of our trucks has time available in the drive, we would just send a truck down that day to run to it to service it or drop it off, since we're running here and going back with empty containers.
Will you need to acquire new vehicles to provide that service in Granite County?
No,
What about containers?
nope, lots of them.
We need to hire new employees.
No,
How will L&L Grizzly decide what rates to charge Granite County customers for roll-off service?
that's just the discussion Billy and I have for the disposal location. It's based off the time of the vehicle and what container or what they're using to provide the service.
And how, when a customer calls for service, would they receive a quote for that service on the same day, or would you need to call them back? How does that work?
No, it's a really specialized, unique situation. If not, yes, they would receive a call. They would receive a quote on the phone. It's handled before they got the phone the first time.
So it's one phone call?
One phone call.
If this application is granted, would L&L and Grizzly be able to provide roll-off service for every shipper seeking it in Granite County on day one?
Objection, speculation.
Response?
I think we've laid foundation to establish the knowledge that Mr. Johnson has about the garbage business in Montana. I think he can answer that question based on the population that is already been served.
There's been no testimony about the number of customers in Granite County or prospective customers in Granite County.
I don't think he has to know that. I mean, these are factual arguments that Mr. Nicholson and I are making, so, yeah.
Thank you. One moment.
Objection overruled.
Next question again.
Okay. If this application is approved, would L&L and Grizzly be able to provide roll-off service for every shipper seeking it in Granite County on day one?
Yes,
Where will the roll-off service provided to Granite County operate from?
Grizzly just rolled out of Missoula.
Will L&L, are you familiar with the type or frequency of roll-off service that Republic currently offers in Granite County?
No, never requested it, so I'm aware of it.
How will L&L Grizzly cover the expenses involved in expanding Class D service into Granite County?
Really no expenses at this point, but if there's need be, then it's just normal operating budget.
If L&L or Grizzly needed to obtain financing to cover the operating expenses for Granite County, do you have options for that?
Yeah, yes, I do.
What are those?
American Bank or Opportunity Bank, or personally.
Do you have existing ones unrelated to this application currently with those lenders?
Yes,
And have you defaulted on any of those?
no,
You make your payments on time?
correct.
Yes, do you have a relationship with Granite Disposal at all?
We've talked to him in the past, about what he's up to over there, but, we sold him some containers.
Did you consider trying to acquire Granite Disposal?
Yes, he approached us, to see if we're interested in buying his permit, his operation.
And why didn't that happen?
Just didn't work at the time. Billy can fill you in more on those details as he was the leader on that run.
Okay, so the primary contact on that is Billy.
Correct.
I wanted to have you look at Exhibit 1, which is our application. Looks like you signed these to the 7th of 2024. These weren't filed until December 27th of 2024. Do you know why there was a delay between when you signed these and when they were actually filed?
We were waiting on the PSC to respond back to Granite Disposal's permitting some clarity if he can haul roll-offs or not haul roll-off containers in the county.
And what, do you recall what? Never mind. So when you got that decision or some clarification from the commission, you decided to file this application?
Correct. Once the PSC responded and said that the permit doesn't include hauling roll-offs, then we, at that point, applied and sent the application in.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Witness may now be cross-examined.
Yes, Madam Chair Vukovic. Morning, Mr. Johnson. We met briefly earlier, but
Yes.
again, it's nice to meet you again. My name is Aaron Nicholson. As you are aware, I represent, along with my co-counsel, the District Public. Pleasure to meet you again this morning. Mr. Johnson, you are the sole owner of L&L, correct?
Correct.
And L&L's headquarters is in Belgrade, Montana?
Correct.
And you personally live in Belgrade, Montana, correct?
I have a house in Belgrade and I have a house in Missoula. But yes, my primary residency is in Belgrade.
You do not live in Granite County?
Not since I was first grade.
You lived in Granite County in first grade?
Yep. Went to school right over here. Wherever we are, somewhere that way. First grade.
As part of this application that L&L submitted, L&L looked at its population in Granite County, correct?
Yes.
And it was important to look at the population in the county to see what sort of customer base there would be, correct?
Correct.
And do you agree that understanding a county's population size helps with planning your potential business going forward?
On the commercial residential, I'd agree. On the roll-off side, I wouldn't agree.
And you agree that generally with a larger population, there is a larger need for roll-off services?
Correct.
And so in a larger population, there's going to be more construction projects. Do you agree?
Correct.
And with more construction projects, there's a higher need for roll-off services, correct?
Yes.
And then mirror opposite of that, with a smaller population, generally there's going to be a smaller need for roll-off services, correct?
You want to put that ratio together? Yes. Correct.
And similarly, kind of same line of questioning, if there's a smaller population, the smaller population is going to have a smaller amount of construction projects, correct?
Correct.
And with a smaller amount of construction project, there's not going to be the same level of roll-off needs as compared to a larger county like a Missoula or a Gallatin County, correct?
Yeah. More people, more roll-offs, more construction.
Okay. So again, based on your experience then, in working in larger counties like Missoula County and Gallatin County, those counties will have larger needs for roll-off services than, say, Granite County, correct?
More people, yes.
If there is not an existing demand for roll-off services, do you agree that adding a hauler to that area does not create any additional public need?
Objection calls for speculation. It's a compound question. Assumes facts on it.
Response.
The witness has testified to his foundation. He owns a longstanding business. It's a hypothetical question that he can answer. It goes to fitness. It goes to whether there's a public need. It goes to the impact of adding an additional hauler. And so these are all information that he's previously testified to. He has a requisite foundation to answer this question.
Thank you. One moment.
Objection overruled, but could you rephrase the question, maybe break it down, make it less complex?
I'll do my best, Madam Chair. So adding a new hauler to an area that doesn't have a public need does not itself create public need, correct?
If the existing carrier is inadequate, it would actually give them a choice that's not provided already.
If the existing hauler is adequate and there is no public need, adding an additional hauler does not create any new public need, correct?
The need comes from the people, not the haulers, so yes.
And given the population of Granite County being about 3,400 to 3,500 people, you agree that the demand for roll-offs in Granite County is limited by its population, correct?
Yes, again, the people are the one asking for the service.
And so you agree that in Granite County, with the population of about 3,400 to 3,500 people, that need is constrained by that population.
The need from the current carrier, yes, is what the current carrier is offering to the current people of the 3,400 people of the county is that need is only what the carrier is offering. The new carrier can come in with a different type of service that requires the need to come out of that. For instance, if you offer a 40-yard container, that's all they offer in a certain county. If the new carrier comes in and offers a 10 to 20-yard, that need's never been met before, so they're created a need of another service that the current carrier is not providing. So I guess you could say that the new carrier will provide another need that people have.
And if there is not an existing need, you agree, though, that the new carrier itself does not create a need.
May create more opportunities. The need for actually having garbage hauled, no, the carrier doesn't create that.
If L&L acquires a Class D certificate in Granite County, L&L would not expect the same level of roll-off sales compared to Missoula County or Gallatin County, correct?
Number of them or percentage wise?
Numbers.
No,
And that has to do with the population, correct?
correct.
At this time, L&L does not have any expectations about the number of customers that it will serve in Granite County, correct?
We can only go off of what Republic's reporting and number of customers they're servicing, but no.
And Mr. Johnson, L&L has not created a written business plan for providing proposed Class D services utilizing roll-offs in Granite County, correct?
No, there's no need for that. It's an existing business that's running right to the area, so just given access to drop a container off.
So just to be clear, you haven't created a written business plan on that, correct?
Asked and answered, objection.
And just to clarify his answer, he didn't really answer yes or no. So I just wanted to clarify, that's correct?
Thank you.
And so again, just to be clear, so L&L has not created a written business plan for providing roll-offs in Granite County, correct?
Correct.
You're aware Republic is the only existing Class D hauler in Granite County, correct?
That is correct.
And L&L and Republic competes in Missoula and Gallatin County, correct?
Correct.
So you're familiar with Republic?
Yes,
They're your competitor?
they are.
Republic is part of a large national company, correct?
Correct.
And based on your knowledge and information, Republic is a larger company than L&L, correct?
It is.
And based on your knowledge and information, Republic has more roll-off trucks in Montana than L&L, correct?
I don't know if that's actually true, but if you base off the size of the company, they should.
And likewise, L&L has more roll-off dumpsters in Montana, correct? Excuse me, Republic has more roll-off dumpsters in Montana than L&L, correct?
Based off of Bozeman, I would say no. I have a higher quantity.
You agree that Republic has significant roll-off resources in Montana though, correct?
I know what they offer in Missoula and Bozeman.
And based on your knowledge, they have significant roll-off resources in those counties, correct?
Compared to ours, they're equal or a little less than ours. Yes,
And they also have operations throughout other areas of the state that L&L does not operate in, correct?
correct.
So you would agree that Republic has the resources to meet public need in Granite County, correct?
If they choose to use it, yes.
If the evidence shows that there are only 1 or 2 roll-off customers per month out of Granite County, you would agree that Republic has the resources to meet that need, correct?
If that's all that was there,
Yes.
1 or 2. Yeah, if there was only 2 customers, Republic should be able to service that with what I've seen in their yards.
Mr. Johnson, in the application for the Class D certificate, L&L included an affidavit from Rocking J Ranch, correct?
Rock Creek Ranch, yes.
I think they go by both names. The ranch, we'll call it the ranch.
Ranch,
Makes sense? The luxury ranch that everybody wants to go to after this? Okay. So you're familiar with that affidavit?
yes,
And you are aware that Republic does provide Class D services here in Granite County, correct?
up until this, I know they provided the transfer stations, but I've never seen a container in Granite County, personally.
But to your knowledge and information, they provide roll-off services here in Granite County.
They have a permit, so they can, yes,
And that permit, to your knowledge, would include providing services to Rocking J Ranch.
if they wish to.
So the answer is yes.
I don't know if they provide service there or not. I've not seen a container there, so they have a permit to haul garbage from them, so if they were asked to do it and they want to do it, yes, they could haul garbage at the ranch.
And Mr. Johnson, you're a successful businessman. In your experience in business, you've had miscommunications with customers, correct?
We all have that, we're human.
And sometimes miscommunications happen as part of the roll-off business, correct?
Yes,
And in your experience as a roll-off provider, do you agree that sometimes there are also occasional delays in providing service?
flight delays, yes,
So for example, you testified previously on direct that L&L aims to provide roll-off services within 1 to 3 business days, correct?
correct.
And sometimes there can be circumstances that may cause that to be delayed a few additional days, correct?
Could be given circumstances.
For example, what about on a day like today where there's a fresh sheet of snow on the ground, weather can disrupt providing services, correct?
It could,
And in your experience as a roll-off provider, that's part of the business itself, is sometimes there are occasional delays, correct?
yes, there's delays, but it's also anticipating the delays and knowing where you're working and providing the right service or quality of equipment for that, to be ready for that delay.
Understood. Let's talk about adding another hauler to Granite County. You agree that adding another hauler to Granite County would lead to direct competition between L&L and Republic?
Yes,
And do you agree that if that is the case, L&L and Republic would be competing over the same customer base in Granite County?
yes,
And do you agree that In that case, the public demand for roll-offs would then be split between the two providers.
Hopefully more on me, but yes, let's say it's split.
You agree that as a result of that, Republic could have lost sales from customers that switch over to L&L, correct?
Sales is a number of pickups in the county.
Yeah, they could have former customers who previously worked with them switch over to L&L, correct? And so that could lead to a loss of revenue for Republic, correct?
On the bigger picture, yes.
You also agree that adding an additional hauler could potentially lead to price competition between the two haulers, correct?
Better service, better pricing should come out of competition.
And if both haulers lower their prices, that could potentially mean less revenue for both the haulers, correct?
Well, I think one could do it more efficient than the other one, so revenues will fall out, again, based off the equipment you're using for it.
So is that yes?
Yes, I guess if you want to say if customers or both providers lower a service to have less overhead or profit on it, then revenues would be down.
You also agree one way to potentially offset loss of revenue would be to increase sales of roll-offs?
Strictly in the county or across the
Yeah,
board?
let's say in Granite County.
There's only so many sales, you can't increase it unless you take from the competition, I guess, or there's only so many sales in the county if we stick to Granite County.
So you agree that there's a limited amount of potential sales that would be available in Granite County?
Based on the population talked about earlier, yes.
So you also agree that if there are a decrease in price and a loss in sales, that could also lead to reduced revenue for the existing hauler Republic?
I guess if you run the numbers on it, yes, if they charge less and make less, they ultimately don't make more.
Mr. Johnson, I want to ask you about efficiencies in providing roll-off services. Are you familiar with the term economies of scale?
And I'm gonna object, this is beyond the scope of direct.
Response?
And this gets directly to the fundamental issues in this case, and Republic has the right to cross-examine the witness broadly under Montana law. They also have the opportunity to poke holes and to cross-examine the witness specifically on each of the elements for public need, including the potential effect of adding an additional hauler in the market and whether that will cause a detrimental impact on the public, as well as what sort of impact it would have on Republic. And so all of these questions are well within the scope of direct and also clearly.
Mr. Johnson is not an economist, and that's he's talking about economics. There's been no foundation laid for him to ask these questions. Mr. Johnson is not an expert witness. He can ask him about the existing operations, but this is unrelated to anything that Mr. Johnson has testified about or is qualified to testify.
And these are all questions that get directly to the work that he has done as a business owner for years. And so he has the foundation to testify as all of this information. And I asked him the question, if he's aware of what a term is. If he doesn't know, that he can testify to that. But this is clearly within the scope of direct, and we are well within our rights under the Montana Rules of Evidence to ask questions about this.
And if I could just briefly respond to that, Commissioner Lukaczek, there's been no discussion on direct from testimony from this witness about economies of scale, economics. It's all been a factual about his existing business. And so if they want to ask whether he knows about those things, I still would object. It's outside the scope of direct, and it's outside the scope of this witness's personal knowledge. I believe they've designated an expert witness that can obviously testify about this later, but I don't think it's appropriate questioning for this witness based on what his direct testimony was.
Thank you. One moment.
Can you say that again?
Objection sustained.
Mr. Johnson, given your experience in the roll-off industry, you agree that there can be efficiencies in the roll-off business as you scale up your operations, correct?
Efficiencies as, I guess, can you give an example?
Yeah, so for example, let's say you purchase a truck and you can use that single truck to service 5 roll-offs. However, as you scale up your operations, you can spread the cost of that truck over a wider number of roll-offs. So for example, if you scale up to 100 roll-offs, you would still have that single truck and that single fixed cost for that truck. But instead of scaling it over 5 roll-offs, you can now scale those fixed costs over 100 different roll-offs. And so you would have the efficiencies of additional revenue to help support your costs going forward, to make the business more efficient going forward. Does that make sense?
If you scale the truck just to the dumpsters, I guess if that's the way you analyze it, yes, you could say you spread it across, it's more efficient for more dumpsters.
Yeah, and let's talk about like other operational efficiencies. So for example, does L&L look to use trucks efficiently when it's picking up and dropping off roll-off dumpsters so that it's not, for example, making a single trip, or excuse me, where it's making multiple trips where it could have made a single trip?
I'm gonna object, again, outside the scope of direct. There was no discussion about operational efficiencies. It was discussion about revenue and the operation as it exists, not hypotheticals.
And again, Montana Rule of Evidence 602 talks about the scope of cross-examination, saying, again, the court may allow inquiry to additional matters as if on direct examination. So the scope of cross-examination is extremely broad. The Montana Supreme Court has clearly identified that.
You've still got to lay foundation to ask these questions.
And Mr. Johnson has testified that he has a longtime business owner, has operated for years and years and years. And so
That doesn't
asking
mean he
him
knows
questions,
anything about
and I'm
Time,
still-
one at a time.
Yeah, and interrupting me when I'm still speaking, I'd appreciate it if you wait till I'm done. And so he has the foundation to testify as to all of these questions that I'm asking him about whether there are efficiencies in his business. He could be aware, he's aware of that, and he knows about it, and so he can testify to it. If he's not aware of efficiencies in the business, then he can testify to that as well.
May I respond?
Yes.
He's got to lay foundation to ask these questions. That has not happened. If he lays a foundation, I don't have an objection. Ask Mr. Johnson, do you know what operational efficiencies are? You know, those kind of things. He's giving a long example and he's testifying. And so, you know, it's outside the scope of direct. I don't think it's been established that there's foundation for Mr. Johnson to testify about these issues. And I would just request that he lay that foundation if he's going to continue with these lines of questions.
Thank you, counsel. One moment.
Objection sustained.
Mr. Johnson, based on your experience in the roll-off industry, does L&L try to use efficiencies in route planning for picking up and dropping off roll-off containers?
It's a small part of it. It's based off the PSC's permitting. If the service is requested and get done, we don't take the choice of, for instance, if we have a roll-off dumpster at block A and I'm at block B, we want obviously, like I think you're referring to, you want to be able to drop off A, pick up B on the way back through, pick it back up. If it works out that way, it's a great thing. But if the customer's requesting it on, this is a Tuesday and this is on a Wednesday, then our truck has to run right past it inefficiently in that sense to service the customer outside of what's efficient for the company. When the customer need takes precedence over the efficiency of the truck running.
And if L&L is able to try to implement efficiencies, does L&L try to do that when it's sending it for roll-off pickups and drop-offs?
Yeah, you put that into the puzzle to make it more efficient you are, the more you should make.
And why is that?
Not driving as much to pick up containers, I guess, you'd say. It's based off containers.
And so where you have operated in Granite County, excuse me, not in Granite County, in Gallatin County and in Missoula County, has L&L made efforts to try to be efficient in its operations?
Every business person's trying to be efficient, so yes.
And based on your knowledge and experience in competing directly with Republic, is it your understanding that Republic has also tried to be efficient with its operations in the counties where you directly compete?
I wouldn't have any idea on that at all. It's a business, so I'm assuming they would, but again, I only see what happens on the street.
Okay. And let's say if you were in Republic's shoes operating in Granite County, would you try to be efficient with your resources in Granite County?
I would weigh that out with the needs of the customer and see which outweighs each other.
And based on your experience in entering markets, is it your understanding, is your belief that if L&L enters Granite County, that could disrupt existing efficiencies in the market that Republic has in Granite County?
I don't know what they have currently in the Granite County, so I couldn't tell you without looking at routes in the whole system.
And based on your experiences in operating already, if a hauler is unable to develop efficiencies in its operations, can that lead to higher prices for the hauler?
Hauler can set their price wherever it needs to be based on their service provided. So if they're inefficient, they want to charge more for it, being efficient, they would charge more.
If a hauler is unable to obtain efficiencies in its operations based on your experience, can that lead to higher prices for the hauler then in operating?
That's based on the hauler, the equipment they're running, and what they choose to run with.
And how about in your experience? Have you seen that to be the case?
Running inefficient?
Yes.
Yes,
If you can't obtain efficiencies, it costs more to operate.
Okay, we'll agree with you on that one.
Do you agree that that's a potential outcome in this case?
I don't know what they have for service and what they're doing right now, if they're efficient or not. Doubting if they have 2 to 3 dumpsters in 1 month, that they're gonna be efficient dropping one off and picking one up, knowing that there's only 2 in an entire month. If you had 2 a day, then you could be efficient by catching 2 dumpsters in the same day, but given that they're, according to what you said, that they have 2 dumpsters per month, they're gonna be pricing that as a single run, therefore the profits are built on that 1 run without a second one there, so it wouldn't change the efficiency one bit if they lost 1 run 3 weeks later.
In your experience as a business owner, if it is not profitable to provide roll-off services in Granite County, are you going to discontinue those services in Granite County?
It's not profitable. If we apply for the permit and we put a price up that we think is fair, that's what we put out. If we don't get the business because the competition is better or better service or something, we'll still provide the service and have an option for the people.
In your opinion, based on your experience, if there's not enough public demand for roll-off services in Granite County, could that lead to lower quality service for the roll-off providers?
Not for roll-off, no.
In your experience, have you seen cutting costs lead to decreases in services?
I guess an example of that would be?
So for example, cutting the number of employees, and so therefore there are not as many drivers to provide roll-off services.
Yeah, if a company chooses to understaff them, obviously their service is gonna be harmed.
Mr. Johnson, I want to ask you about a letter from the DEQ, okay? In November 2023, Grizzly Disposal and Recycling.
Objective. This is outside the scope of direct. I understand that the public may desire to cross-examine an L&L witness about this particular information that was disclosed in discovery pursuant to data request. The appropriate witness to do that with is the general manager of Grizzly Disposal and Recycling in Missoula. But this is outside the scope of direct, and Mr. Johnson does not have personal knowledge about this particular incident with DBQ.
Response?
As long as we're able to fully and effectively discuss this topic with another representative from L&L, we're fine moving on with this topic. However, we're also, Mr. Johnson, if we're unable to get this information in elsewhere, then we should be able to recall Mr. Johnson to discuss this DEQ issue and potential illegal operations, which are relevant to the issues at play in this matter.
Thank you. Ms. Garib, did you say?
I'm fine with that. That's, if he needs to recall Lance because he feels like he can't get it out of Billy, I have no plans to play a game here. Billy will be on the stand.
Okay, that sounds like it will work for everyone, proceeding with recalling him at a later time. You may go ahead with your next question.
Just one moment, Mr. Johnson. I'm just reading my notes. Okay, sir. I have no further questions for you, Mr. Johnson, at this time. Thank you, sir.
I have no questions for the witness. Do you have any questions?
No questions.
I do just have a
Do you wish
brief
to
redirect.
Redirect? Yes, please.
Lance, are you aware of the amount of annual revenue that Republic has claimed as an issue in their protest?
Objection. That is outside the scope of cross.
Response?
There were multiple questions by Mr. Nicholson about the harm that would happen to Republic if their revenue was decreased, or how revenue would be decreased because of these lost efficiencies or these kind of things. So I think it's within the scope of cross-examination from Mr. Nicholson.
Thank you. One moment.
Objection overruled.
Are you aware of the amount of annual revenue that Republic claims as an issue in terms of their protest in this filed in this matter?
The revenue of their entire operation over the state.
No, just the amount that's at issue here in Granite County in their protest.
Yeah, I think they put 160,000, I think, as revenue at stake for Granite County.
And do you know, based on reviewing at least the 2021 Republic annual report, what their total annual revenue is for this PSC number 1589 as an issue?
Probably around 60 million. I have to pull it up to give the exact numbers.
If you had annual revenues of 60 million and you were looking at a potential competitor in a market where the revenue was $166,000, would you be concerned about harm to your business contrary to the public interest?
If I was making that much money, and it wouldn't be worth even having a hearing about that small one.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Temporarily excuse the witness. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so we could go on.
We're fine going on or taking a lunch break now. The time is 12:10. What's your preference?
The applicant would prefer to take a lunch break.
Okay. So we will it's 12:10 now. We'll reconvene at 1:30. We're off the record.
Yeah.
1:30 in the afternoon. We're going to resume this meeting.
You're back on the record.
Back on the record. And Ms. Garab, my understanding is that you have the witness Brandon
Yes, I
Monteleone is
believe that
available.
He's back in the, is it the waiting room for the Zoom, I believe. He said he was gonna, he said, should I click the same link? I assume he can get back on using that same.
Correct.
And then after I ask my question, you'll have an opportunity to cross and recross.
We do not see Mr. Monteleone on at this time.
I just
Do we-
sent him the
Okay.
confirmation email, so apologies for that.
That might be him if he's on, wasn't it?
Yep.
He had a dog in the background last
Mr. Monteleone, are you with us?
I sure am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Sorry, I have a puppy in the back.
Still under oath here
Here's something annoying.
and are recalled. The commission just has a few questions for you.
Okay.
Okay, so my understanding is that you were the director of everything related to garbage for 9 months. Is that correct?
Yes, Director of Engineering and Logistics for the property.
Okay, and so from a previous witness, Angela Scantling, she estimated that 0 to 5 times a year you would need roll-offs at the ranch. Do you agree with that estimate?
Coming from a director of engineering and logistics, I would say probably more because of all the projects we do in capital. Angie is more finance and controller, so I would say we would probably use it more often than 0 to 5.
How often would you estimate?
I mean, just really depends on projects, but at least having one like once a month, so I could say up to 12 needed.
Okay, and for those projects, how many, you've used multiple small containers because you didn't have the larger roll-offs.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
we've had
And what
pile.
size containers and how many would you estimate per project or per year?
I don't know the exact number offhand, but I believe we have 4-yarders. So we would need tons and tons of pickups and deliveries of those just to, I mean, even facilitate the buckle barn itself, who had the fire, was, like I said, I don't have exact numbers, but I mean, a crazy amount of trash need to happen. So
For the fire in the buckle barn, can you estimate how many of the 4-yarders were needed?
I mean, I could just guess, but I would say for how many trips and how much was done and was still ongoing, I don't know, close. I'm just guessing at this point. I don't have those accurate numbers, but I would say probably close to like 80 of those 4-yarders to get everything out.
And was that a larger work job to put for those containers than the other one a month? Would that be your largest?
Just whatever Granite disposal could even offer us, which was limited. So I think it was 4-yarders.
I'm just wondering for the once a month where you need the larger roll-offs, how many? I'm just wondering if that 80, if that was larger than most of them? Larger number?
Yeah, I mean, a 40-yard roll-off would be able to handle what we need. On a monthly basis, 80 would be well over the 40-yarders.
Right, I'm trying to figure out with these once a month projects that require them, how many are needed?
For a 40-yarder?
4-yarders for that once a month.
Right, the 40-yard or the 4-yard?
4.
4? I said I wouldn't have the numbers off that. Maybe accounting could see the pickups and drop-offs, but I just know we need extensive amount. We have it picked up Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays just to keep up with regular operations. So when you include a project, you know, you need to be able to move large scale at one time. So
maybe the accountant would be a better person to ask.
Yeah, I mean, I can just give rough estimates, but they're the ones that deal with the billing
Okay,
aspect of it.
thank you, sir.
Do you have a question? You have a question?
Yeah, let me frame that question in a different way that, Brandon, the 80 that you spoke of that it needed to complete that project, was that in addition to what your normal run of business at the, would you say 3 days a week they pick up or whatever? That would have been in addition to those numbers, correct?
Yes, correct. I'm not calculating the day-to-day stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
No further questions.
I do have one question. Brandon, could, the job cleaning up after the fire at the Buckle Barn, is that cleanup, is that a larger job than the other times that you would typically need a roll-off container at the ranch?
No, I mean, we come across a lot of capital projects. I mean, we build multi-million-dollar homes on that property. So yes, there was a lot of fire debris that needed to be gone, but I mean, we could do equally big projects with capital that we do. I mean, it's this ranch makes 32 million a year. So the amount of projects that come up is very often, and the need for waste is a lot. So, yes, the fire was more crucial because it's guest facing, but I mean, we're constantly building and doing construction in this place.
I have no further questions.
Questions?
Yes, Commissioner, thank you. Brandon, this is Lucas Porcello with Republic. Just, I think, following up on kind of the same train of thought. I think part of the questions that you've heard already are trying to get at maybe what the average monthly need for roll-offs would be, and whether or not it's comparable to that need for roll-offs for the Buckle Barn. You described big capital projects being something that the ranch has done in the past or contemplated. Is that correct?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, and how often is the ranch? Let me ask that question. Let me start over. Sorry. How often in the last year, I guess, to the extent that you are personally aware, has the ranch entered into or begun those size of capital projects?
For my best of my knowledge, they're always doing capital projects. It's a revolving, moving business.
Okay. In the 9 months that you were there, how many capital projects were ongoing?
Oh man. Any given time between 10 and 15 capital projects.
Okay. So I guess now I'm a little bit confused. When you were answering the commissioner's question a moment ago, you said that the annual need for roll-offs would be somewhere above the 0 to 5 that the ranch's controller had estimated, and you had estimated up to 12. So is that still an accurate statement?
Yeah, I would say you always need to have a 40-yard roll-off in any property you work at least once a month minimum. I mean, every property I've ever worked at, you usually would have a roll-off on site because that is the demand you would need at a 40-acre property I ran required one 40-yard roll-off. So imagine what a 6,600 acre property would require with the amount of projects you're doing.
Okay. And so I think I understood, though, that the ranch has not been using roll-offs, at least to the extent that you are aware.
Correct, because Republic would never provide a service and they controlled the area. So that is why I went through this whole process.
Yeah, so maybe just to clarify that last point, Brandon, other than the time where you requested service in, was it July of 2024? And then clarified that several times via email and phone, which we went through before. Other than that time that you requested service, I believe that you have not requested service from Republic after that, correct?
Yes, because I was notified they could not provide service.
Understood. So just the one time, just the one request, correct?
No, that is, if you look at the emails from that we observed earlier, then you would see that there was multiple times where they said they would not provide service, hence why I had to go back and say, can you write this for me? And can you write this for me? Which was
Yep.
explained earlier.
Understood, but it was just the one request for the Buckle Barn, correct?
Yeah, that's what sparked the whole entire thing.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank
Any
you. Brenda.
redirect?
Any redirect from you?
No reader.
Okay, then I temporarily excuse this witness. Thank you. May I call
Thank you
you,
guys. Bye.
pardon me?
He's good.
Ms. Garrett, may I call your next witness?
Thank you, Commissioner Lubichek. My next witness is Blaine Bradshaw. And he should be on the Zoom. hopefully.
He's on. Mr. Bradshaw, can you hear us?
Yes, good afternoon.
I don't believe you were here earlier when the witnesses were sworn in. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, we will just briefly swear you in.
Mr. Bradshaw, you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Raise your right hand when you,
Yes.
thank you. Is that adequate? Proceed.
Mr. Bradshaw, this is Ally Garrett. We've spoken before on the phone. Do you live in Granite County, Mr. Bradshaw?
Yes, I do. I live just south of Drummond.
Are you from Granite County originally?
Yeah, I grew up in Granite County, grew up in Phillipsburg, attended high school there, graduated in 1990. And then I've been county attorney for approximately 14 years out of the last 20.
Blaine, I was just curious, how many students were in your graduating high school class there?
26.
Okay. How long have you served as the Granite County attorney?
So I was county attorney from 2003 to 2006 and 2014 on.
Did you go to law school at the University of Montana or somewhere else?
Yes, University of Montana.
How many people work in the Granite County Attorney's Office?
There's two of us, myself and my assistant, Claudette Mills, who's a secretary paralegal.
As county attorney, Blaine, do you have duties related to the Board of County Commissioners for Granite County?
Yes, I represent them.
Do you provide legal advice to them?
Yes.
And do you attend their meetings pretty regularly?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any duties as county attorney related to the Granite County Solid Waste District?
Yes, I represent the solid waste district as well, which is governed by the Board of County Commissioners.
Can you tell me a little bit about the Solid Waste District in Granite County? What does it do?
So they provide sites in the Drummond area, Phillipsburg area, where residents can and others can drop off their garbage, and it gets right now it gets hauled to by Public Services to Missoula.
Are folks in the county charged for disposing at the transfer sites in Drummond and Phillipsburg?
So property owners are assessed a unit, 2,000 pounds. So they're assessed that on their taxes. But if they go above that, or if someone is not a property owner, then they could pay as you go.
What happens to, who does Granite County contract with for hauling and disposal from the two transfer sites?
Republic Services.
During your tenure as county attorney, has Granite County had the ability to put that contract out for bid, a competitive bid among Class D providers?
Believe that was the competitive bidding was before I was county attorney in that gap. Yeah, we've contracted with the public services, and the contract's been extended here.
Are you aware of any Class D providers other than Republic who were authorized by the Public Service Commission to provide disposal services using roll-off containers in Granite County?
I'm not aware of any other entity that can do that.
Okay. Has the county ever explored the cost of self-hauling the transfer site waste to a lawful disposal site?
Yeah, they've looked at it various times. From my perspective, it seems like it wasn't cost effective for them, the county, to do that. So that would clarify my last answer. Yeah, the county could be doing the transportation themselves, but haven't. Is my understanding.
I want to talk about the contract now, and so I've got Exhibit 8. It's right here at Exhibit 8, and it's page L&L 677. $685. Let's just do the contract for now, sorry. It's 677 through 680.
Yep, I have it.
What is this document?
It's called Agreement for Services. It's a contract between Republic Services and Granite County for services for equipment, transportation, and disposal costs.
And what's the date that this contract was entered on the first page there?
August 27th, 2019.
Is this a true and accurate copy of the agreement for services that the Board of Commissioners for Granite County entered with Republic Services of Montana in August of 2019?
Yes.
I would move admission at this point of Exhibit 8, L&L 677 through 685.
No objection.
No objection. And for Exhibit 8, 677 to 685 is admitted into the record.
Blaine, did you draft this contract?
No, I was presented by Republic Services.
Did Granite County attempt to negotiate any of the terms in here before signing this contract, if you can recall?
I mean, yeah, I would say it's a negotiated agreement, but the pricing is pretty well established. That it's that's pretty sad, I think.
On page 1, section 2, can you tell me what is the term length of the contract?
The length of the contract?
Yeah, the term length in section 2 there.
5 years with an option to renew for 5 years.
That same section references scope of work attached as Exhibit A. And then in section 3, there's a reference says the county will pay the amount agreed upon set forth in attachment B. I know that page 685 is attachment or Exhibit A. Was there ever an attachment B to this contract?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't have it.
Okay. In section 4, it indicates a payment schedule. Did Republic provide monthly invoices to the county under the contract?
The county, I talked to the clerk and recorder. They pay monthly. I'm not sure if there's an invoice or not. I would assume so, but it is paid monthly.
Okay. Do you know, Blaine, whether the county has ever disapproved a payment request from Republic under the contract?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Section 5, there's some contact persons designated. Who is named as the county contact person in section 5?
I'm the county contact person named for Granite County.
And then who is the Republic contact identified?
Name's Chad Bauer is the contact.
Okay. Do you know, Blaine, is Mr. Bauer still working for Republic?
My understanding, he is not working there anymore.
Do you know when he left Republic?
I was told earlier this year, but that was secondhand.
Okay. Did you get any kind of notice from Republic when Mr. Bauer left or when they changed representatives dealing with the county?
I don't recall seeing a notice to myself. If I asked the county commission assistant if they did, she hadn't received any either.
On page 2, this section 8, proprietary information. Are you aware of any proprietary information belonging to Republic that has been shared with Granite County as a result of this agreement?
I'm not aware of any.
Section 9, there's a release of information section. Has Republic ever asked for the county's written approval to release information to the public or media under this section?
If they have, I'm not aware of it.
On the last, under the contract, at Exhibit A, can you tell me how the contract rates are affected each year?
The Exhibit A, are you talking about the inflationary index? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, the number 4, the rate increases. I just looking for an explanation.
It's that there may be rate adjustments using the most recently available 12-month average CPI compared to the 12-month preceding. This price increase cannot exceed 3.25% per year.
And then number 3 it talks about disposal costs. I think you indicated this earlier, but I just want to make sure. Do you know what landfill Republic uses to dispose of the Granite County waste it hauls?
I believe the Missoula site.
Okay. And do you know who owns that landfill?
My understanding is Republic Services.
Wanted to move on from the contract and talk about the extension notice that was entered, and that is Exhibit 6. Page, and it starts on page 10. Page numbers, but it's right after the version of the contract. Exhibit 6. This notice to extend contract, do you recognize that document, Blaine?
Are you still in Exhibit 8 or is it?
This is Exhibit 6, the notice to extend contract, and you might not have a marked version.
Okay.
There's a notice to.
Yeah, I have that in front of me.
Okay. Can you tell me how many pages is this notice to extend the contract?
It's 2 pages.
2 pages is what you said? Okay.
Yeah, the notice and then attached Exhibit A.
Okay. And who is it addressed to?
The Granite County, says attention Granite County Commissioners.
And this is, who is the signatory from Republic on there?
Ryan Kaufman.
This is a true and accurate copy of the notice to extend contract grant that Granite County received from Republic in June of 2024.
Yes, it is.
I move admission of L&L Exhibit 6, pages 10 and 11.
No objections.
Exhibit 6, pages again,
10 and 11.
10 and 11 are admitted into the record.
Blaine, were you present for the contract, when this contract extension was presented to the county commission?
Yes, I was.
Was there any discussion about modifying the terms of the contract between the commission and the public?
Well, the commission wanted to,
Objection, per se?
And so what I asked for was there any discussion?
I agree that the question is unobjectionable for commissioners. It was the response that seemed to be about to occur. So the question itself is unobjectionable.
I think we gotta let them at least try to answer the question. I mean, I understand the concerns there, but you know, we're gonna give them, we'll just go ahead and move to, I'll withdraw the question. We'll move to the meeting minutes because it says right in there what they asked for. I want to look at the meeting minutes, Blaine. Do you have knowledge of how the Board of Commissioners for Granite County keeps minutes of its meetings?
yes, they have an assistant who is now Miranda Williams, who keeps minutes. Then they have those on their agenda the following week to approve.
Okay, so we want to look at, it's Exhibit 9. I think it's the whole thing. This one, we've got them. It's they're marked as pages 412 through 460. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I have the minutes right in front of me, or those minutes.
And what months are those, the Granite County Board of Commissioners meetings for?
It covers June 4th, 2024 meeting through the July 30th, 2024 meeting.
It's June and July of 2024, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell me who signs these meeting minutes?
They are signed by the chair of the Granite County Commission and also attested by the clerk, the county clerk and recorder. Those Chair Blanche McClure and clerk and recorder Sarah Graham.
And the county commission for Granite County are they required by law to keep these meetings open to the public for the most part?
Yeah, yes, generally speaking.
And the county commission required by law to keep appropriate minutes of their meetings
Yes,
and to make those minutes available for public inspection?
yes,
This is a true and accurate copy of the Board of County Commissioners for Granite County public meeting minutes for June and July of 2024.
these are the exact minutes that were taken. I don't know that I can test everything in there is 100% accurate, but these are the actual minutes that were taken. I believe that they're accurate.
At this time, I've moved for admission of L&L's Exhibit 9.
Objections from the public?
Exhibit 9 is admitted into the record.
Blaine, I wanted to talk a little bit specifically about I'm on page 417, this meeting on June 4th of 2024, where the section where we're discussing potential proposals and plan for solid waste operations.
Yeah.
Looks like the county stated that it would only accept a contract on the condition that the contracting company has the requisite permits to haul. Is that correct?
Correct.
What companies was the county considering contracting with?
Well, Republic, and then also Grizzly Disposal and Grant Disposal had kind of teamed up and wanted to do a proposal.
Do you know whether Granite Disposal has authority from the commission to haul roll-off containers in Granite County?
Permission from the Public Service Commission?
That's right.
Yeah, my understanding is that they do not have that permitting.
Okay. And then do you know whether Grizzly Disposal has authorization from the Public Service Commission to haul roll-off containers in Granite County?
My understanding is they do not, but yeah, just damage.
Wanted to look at page 423 to 424. This June 18th meeting. And actually, I think the solid waste information starts on 426 and 427. Solid waste hauling contract from transfer sites, proposals from Grizzly contracting. Were you present at this meeting on June 18th, Blaine?
Yes, I believe I was. Yes, I know I was.
Okay, and the minutes indicate that the Billy Fisher of Grizzly Disposal was also there.
Sorry, what was that?
The minutes also indicate that Billy Fisher of Grizzly Disposal was there,
Correct.
and Rick Robinson of Granite Disposal,
Correct.
and Ryan Kaufman from Republic, right?
Correct.
Do you recall some concerns being raised over whether there was authority for Grizzly and Granite to haul this waste under the contract at this meeting?
I believe so.
What was the county's position on whether they could contract with someone who, a provider who didn't have authority from the Public Service Commission?
The position was that someone that if someone was going to bid, they'd have to have that in place currently, or have it in place to fulfill the contract. So I don't know that my position was that they had to be permitted at that exact moment, but they had to be they'd have to be able to comply with the contract.
Do you recall raising some concerns in this meeting about Republic not wanting competition in Granite County?
Yes, I do.
What were those concerns?
Objection, and seeking clarification here, it sounds like, I just want to make sure are we asking about what his statements were or somebody else's statements? I'm not clear.
These are his statements
Okay.
from the meeting, and it indicates that he raised some concerns about lack of competition.
Oh, thank you. I'll withdraw.
Yes, I did make those statements.
Okay, can you explain to me what your concerns were, related to Republic not wanting competition? Or
Well,
just generally?
from my perspective, Ryan Kaufman was basically saying I'm the only game in town.
Object.
You have to deal with that. And that
I'm sorry, Blaine, can you start over? We had a potential objection that was withdrawn, so I want to make sure we get a clear record for our court report.
okay. From my perspective, Ryan Kaufman was basically saying I'm the only game. We're the only game in town. You have to deal with us, and I was frustrated by that.
Did Mr. Kaufman explain to you why he wasn't able to work outside the bounds of a contract extension and create a new proposal for Granite County at that meeting on June 18th?
So I think their perspective was that he needed to do the contract extension.
Objection. He's speculating on somebody else's perspective.
He's answering the question.
That him answering the question doesn't address the concern that he is speculating about somebody else's perspective.
I have what he actually said. I can state that.
Go ahead.
What Ryan
One moment, please. The objection still stands.
If he's going to be speculating based on somebody else's position or opinion, then yes, the objection stands.
Well, here's my take on this. Mr. Bradshaw was present at the meeting. He has personal knowledge of what Representative of Republic Ryan Kaufman stated at this meeting and what his intentions are. And so I don't believe that this is speculation. He's giving his opinion that he has personal knowledge and he's laid the foundation to provide.
Response.
I have no objection whatsoever to him discussing what statements the Republic's representatives made at that meeting. But I don't think he's qualified, nor has he laid any foundation as to what their intentions were. And that's the objection, solely that.
Okay. Thank you, counsel. One moment, please.
Objection sustained.
Mr. Bradshaw, did Mr. Kaufman explain to you at the meeting on June 18th that Republic is the only existing Class D carrier authorized to haul using roll-off containers in Granite County?
Yeah, maybe not those exact words, but that was the basic effect of what he was saying.
Did he explain why he wasn't able to work outside the bounds of a contract extension and create a new proposal for Granite County?
Yes.
What did he say?
So basically his point of view was that the county either needed to go along with the extension or put it out for public bids. So I agree with that perspective. The county was getting the cart ahead of the horse here a little bit and hearing out Grizzly. So, yeah, I agree with what Ryan said.
And did you explained at the meeting that the county wanted to see other offers to decide based on the best interest of the county taxpayers, is that right?
Correct.
Mr. Bradshaw, do you think it is in the best interest of the Granite County taxpayers to have only one option with respect to roll-off service in Granite County?
I think there should be open competition, should be a fair market. That'll bring down prices. I don't think the pricing is totally out of control, but the competition will bring down pricing, in my opinion.
At the end of this meeting, did the commission, this June 18th meeting, did the county commission make any decisions going forward on whether or not they were going to put the contract out for bid or accept the extension presented by Republic?
Let's see here. Basically, at the end of this meeting, it was left to see if Granite Disposal has the necessary permits in place. And it says if they do, then it would go out for request for proposals. So we did agree with Ryan Kaufman that it should go out for competitive bidding process.
I want to look at page 441 and 442. It's July 2nd, 2024, those meeting minutes. Were you present at this July 2nd meeting of the Granite County Board of Commissioners?
Yes, I believe I was.
Looks like the minutes, the second paragraph of this July 2nd, Billy Fisher from Grizzly was also present, is that right?
Yeah, the Billy Fisher present, yes.
Ryan Kaufman was also present. From
Correct.
Republic.
Correct.
And Jim Hutchinson from Republic Services was also present. I'm sorry, Mr. Bradshaw, I don't know if I caught that answer.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, and then also Rick Robinson, owner of Granite Disposal, was also there.
Correct.
Turning to the specific minutes that are dealing with the contract extension over here on the bottom of page 442. Did Commissioner Adler ask Republic to amend the contract in any way with Republic?
Objection.
So you did. Oh,
I'm sorry, what was your objection?
Objection, hearsay. Sorry.
Okay, so it's in the meeting minutes. So it would not be hearsay because these are the meeting minutes, the public record of regularly conducted business of the Granite County Commission.
Your response?
The meeting minutes speak for themselves, and I'm not suggesting anything otherwise. To the extent that Ms. Garrett wants to refer to the meeting minutes, that's fine, but I don't think that the witness can testify based on out-of-court statement for the truth of what's being asserted.
Yeah, thank you. One moment.
Objection overruled.
Mr. Bradshaw, did Commissioner Adler request Republic amend the contract?
He,
At this meeting?
Commissioner Adler,
What did he propose?
he proposed a 3-year agreement opposed to a 5-year agreement.
Okay, and according to the minutes, what was Republic's response?
Brian Kaufman said if they wanted to open it up and make an amendment, they could, but he does not think this is in the best interest of the county.
Do you recall whether Mr. Kaufman explained why this would not be in the best interest of the county at this meeting?
I'm interpreting what he says there, that it would need, that they wouldn't agree to a 5, they would need to be put out for public bid, and that wouldn't be in the best, it wouldn't be in anyone's interest.
Republic went on to explain that they're seeking to contract with the county and that following this 5-year contract extension, the county would have to put out an RFP. Do you share that view on what would have to happen next if in terms of the contract?
Sorry, can you restate that, please?
Republic explained that they are seeking to contract with the county and that following this 5-year extension period, the county would then have to put these services out for an RFP to providers. Is that your understanding of
Yeah.
how this would work?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And Republic also stated that that would give Granite Disposal plenty of time to generate a proposal. Is that right?
Yeah.
At this meeting, Blaine, did Republic explain that if Granite Disposal or Grizzly applied for a Granite County authorization to the Public Service Commission, that they could protest that as the incumbent provider of roll-off services in Granite County?
Yeah, I recall that was stated.
Jim Hutchinson of Republic added that with the contract extension, Republic is limited as to what they can do aside from extending the contract, but noted that if the 2 parties agreed upon amendments, that those could be looked at. Did Mr. Hutchinson explain why Republic was limited in what they could do here?
No, I interpreted that they were choosing not to do anything else, but that was my interpretation.
At the conclusion of this meeting, what did the commission do?
Commissioner Adler moved to accept the 5-year contract extension of Republic Services. Commissioner Hinkle seconded the motion, and they voted unanimously in favor of the motion.
So at this point, at this meeting on July 2nd, did Granite County have any other realistic options for someone else other than Republic to haul that Class D waste from the 2 transfer site stations?
Not that I'm aware of.
In your opinion, Mr. Bradshaw, as the Granite County attorney, is there a need in Granite County for an additional Class D carrier providing roll-off service?
I think all the services should be open, but yes.
You think that Class D shouldn't be regulated?
The law's got to be followed, but
You're not it's not the first time I've heard that, so. One other portion, I wanted to look at the budget detail report, and that is in Exhibit 8, pages 643. Through 661. Do you have that budget detail report, Mr. Bradshaw?
Yes, I do.
Um, Can you tell me what that document is?
Whoops. It is. A document that's comes from the Granite County Clerk and Recorder's Office through their Black Mountain software, is my understanding. It details the accounting for solid waste for certain time periods.
And it details a lot of county expenses, right, correct, throughout 2021, 22, and 23?
Yes, the pages I have deal with the Fund 2500 solid waste, but also, yeah, it's mainly solid waste.
This is a true and accurate copy of Granite County's budget detail report for the accounting periods of 7/21 through 6/22. And
yeah.
7/22 through 6/23 and, excuse me, 7/23 through 11/23.
Yes, these are documents that are authentic documents.
So at this time, I'd move admission of L&L's exhibit number 8, pages 643 through 661.
No objection from our public.
Exhibit 8, page 643 to 661, admitted into the record.
And I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Witness may now be cross-examined.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Bradshaw.
Good
Lucas Forcella here with Republic. Can you hear us?
Yeah, good afternoon.
So it seems like we've got a lot of ground to cover, but I'll try to be concise. Sounds like there's a fair amount of testimony concerning the agreement for services between Republic and Granite County. Is that fair?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, I want to turn back to one of the documents that Ms. Garrett referred to, and that is Exhibit 6, I think has been provided to you already. And I just want to clarify something. If you'll turn to page 1 of Exhibit 6, let me know when you're there.
All right, you're talking about the agreement for services?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, I'm there.
Okay. Is it your understanding that pages 1 through 9, that's the agreement for services on Exhibit 6, is the same as the document that I believe was also contained in Exhibit 9? Is that correct?
I haven't seen Exhibit 9.
I'm sorry, maybe it does say Exhibit. The prior copy of the, excuse me, Exhibit 8, I apologize, Exhibit 8 that we were talking about, that Ms. Garrett was talking about a couple of moments ago.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so it's just a duplicate copy, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, for that reason, Republic would move admission of pages 1, the remainder of Exhibit 6, pages 1 through 9.
Do you need 2 copies of it?
This is really for ease of reference.
I mean, that's fine. I don't have a problem. Well, I'll have 2 copies on the record then. That's fine.
That's Exhibit 6, page 1 through 9.
Yes, Commissioner.
That's admitted into the record.
Thank you. So according to that agreement, Mr. Bradshaw, the contract was up for extension last summer, according to an option in the contract, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and we've already talked about, you're aware the agreement was extended in, I think, did you say June of 2024, correct?
July of 2024.
July, thank you. Thank you. And that extension occurred because the county had negotiated for that option when it entered the contract, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when Republic exercised its option to extend the contract in the summer of 2024, that was something that the county had agreed to as an acceptable term initially.
Correct.
Okay. And I think I heard you say it. I just want to confirm I got it right. I believe you said Commissioner Adler had requested some potential different terms for the extension. Is that accurate?
Yes, the 3-year instead of the 5.
Okay, and then I guess it's worth clarifying, were there any other requests for extension that Commissioner Adler, requests for amendment, excuse me, that Commissioner Adler made?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And then following some discussion on that subject, it was Commissioner Adler who moved that the contract be accepted. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the contract was unanimously approved by all 3 commissioners?
Correct.
Okay. Let's go back to the contract itself. If we're looking at the contract, I believe it requires notice in a couple of different scenarios, and one of those is if the county, excuse me, determines that there is a defect in Republic's performance, it's required to provide notice to Republic, correct?
Correct.
You're not aware in your 20 years or so with the county of any instance in which Republic has been provided that written notice under the contract, correct?
Correct.
The contract term is 10 years. So
Yeah.
I don't know how he could provide notice under a contract that didn't exist.
That is a fair clarification. Mr. Bradshaw, let me rephrase the question to make sure it's clear. For the duration of this contract's term, to the extent you were serving in county office, you're not aware of any written notice provided to Republic about a defect in its performance, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Give me one moment, Mr. Bradshaw. I'm looking through my notes. Mr. Bradshaw, when you were talking on direct earlier, answering questions on direct earlier, I think I heard you say that the competitive bid for this contract was not during your term as county attorney. Is that, did I
Correct.
hear you correctly?
Correct.
Okay, but this contract was entered into in 2019, correct?
Yes.
So to clarify, is it your testimony today that the county did not competitively bid the contract at that time?
Correct.
Okay. At the meeting on in July, when before the county approved the contract extension, did Mr. Hutchinson of Republic make you aware that Republic was open to amending the contract?
I think my understanding, looking at those minutes, he said that it could be potentially mutually agreed upon, but I was interpreting that there was no, that they, you know, Republic wasn't planning to do that. But
Sure, surely you're not telling us that you could tell us what Republic was planning on doing, so
well,
when you say Mr. Hutchinson told you that it could be amended, you're saying that that was information you had at your disposal and presumably the county commissioners at the same meeting, correct?
let me look at those minutes if I could.
And I think what you're looking for is marked as page 443 in Exhibit 9.
Thank you.
Yep. You can refresh your recollection based on that and then let me know when you're ready. Mr. Bradshaw, have you been able to review that page?
Yes, I have.
Okay, please let us know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, thank you. So just to ask the question again, and maybe I'll rephrase it. Were yourself and the commissioners made aware at that meeting that Republic was open to amending the contract?
He said that there's potential for the two parties to mutually agree upon amendments, that those could be looked at, but
so he had informed the commission that the contract could be amended, correct?
Correct, to a point. The interpretation I was given is that there's not a lot of wiggle room for them to, and it stated throughout those minutes, they didn't have a lot of wiggle room there to negotiate.
Can you point me to the spot in the minutes where it says that?
Well,
Let me rephrase that, Mr. Bradshaw. It does not say anywhere in the minutes that they are limited to a little bit of wiggle room, correct?
correct, but I was actually at that meeting.
But I very much appreciate that, sir. It's why we are talking.
So I don't need the minutes to recall what I know.
Okay. So let me come back to the question then, because I'm not sure we've got it answered. Were the commissioners aware? The commissioners were made aware that they could amend the contract, that Republic was open to amending the contract, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And I understand that you have indicated that amendment had to be by mutual agreement. So is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Last couple of questions for you, Mr. Bradshaw, and that is, I know you noted before, and I think Ms. Garrett alluded to, it's not the first time we've heard the comment, that you think that there should be open competition among garbage haulers in the county. You understand that that is not the law in Montana, correct?
Correct.
And that the Public Service Commission is charged with regulating this type of business, correct?
Correct.
And that's for the protection of the public, correct?
I mean, are you wanting my opinion on that, or what?
Let me ask the question in a different way. Regardless of your and my opinions on the legislative scheme, this statutory scheme for garbage haulers requires new haulers to get the Public Service Commission's consent before they enter a market, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so our personal preferences, yours, mine, and anyone else's, don't necessarily drive the decision-making, correct?
Correct.
All right. Yeah, sorry, Mr. Bradshaw, I was conferring with my co-counsel. One last question, that is, the contract extension that got approved in, let's see, July of 2024 would run 5 years from that date. And so we'd have another 4.5 years or so from today. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that contract provides Republic the obligation and the requirement and the responsibility for hauling garbage for the county from its 2 transfer stations for the duration of that time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, if another hauler was to get the authority to haul roll-offs in the county prior to then, they would not be able to haul from those transfer stations, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so is it fair to say then that the county from its transfer stations has no need for 4.5 years from today?
I don't understand the question.
Sure, I'll ask it again. I'll try to do a more clear job. You just testified that there is a contract in place that provides Republic the exclusive responsibility to haul garbage from the county's 2 transfer stations, correct?
Correct.
And so if that is true, even if there was another hauler with permission to haul in this territory, that hauler would not be able to haul for the county from its transfer stations for the next 4.5 years, correct?
Correct.
So the county does not have a need for roll-offs in support of its transfer stations for the next 4.5 years, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I think we have no further questions, and Mr. Bradshaw, I very much thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
I have no questions for the witness, do you have any?
No questions.
Counsel,
I do have a couple on redirect.
direct?
Mr. Bradshaw, I wanted to look at page, it's 678 of the contract, as exhibit 8. Looks like there's a termination provision at section 10, is that right?
Correct.
And then section 11, there's a provision for default and remedies. I guess the important provision says, however, if the breach cannot be substantially cured within 30 days, the agreement may not be terminated if a cure is commenced within. Is there a provision here in this section 11 for the county to terminate the contract if Republic fails to perform in accordance with any material term or condition?
Objection, I think the contract speaks for itself.
I'll withdraw the question. I want to read the second sentence of paragraph or section 11. This agreement may be terminated by either party upon 30 days prior written notice to the other party should either party fail to perform in accordance with any material term or condition of this agreement after it fails to cure within 30 days written notice. Did I read that correctly, Mr. Bradshaw?
Yes.
So under that provision, if Republic defaults under the contract and the county provides written notice, the county could terminate this contract early, correct?
Yes.
I wanted to look one other place at 443. Mr. Forcella had asked you some questions about Mr. Hutchinson's statement and asked you to direct him where in the minutes on page 443. there was some indication of wiggle room. I'm looking at, there's a sentence that starts with Jim Hutchinson added that with the contract extension, Republic is limited as to what they can do aside from extending the contract. But noted that if the two parties mutually agreed upon amendments, that those could be looked at. Did I read that portion of the minutes correctly, Mr. Bradshaw?
Yes.
Is that what you were referring to, at least in terms of where this was at in the minutes? When you said,
Yeah.
you know, there was little wiggle room, or I can't remember exactly how you put it.
I mean, that's one of the places, but these minutes are real. I mean, like all minutes should be. It's a good summary, but it's not it's definitely not specifically saying what everyone said. There was definitely a feel that there wasn't a lot of room to negotiate and change things.
I have no further questions.
Okay, Ms. Garrett, you may call your next witness. I temporarily excuse this witness.
Yes, and I would ask that he be released from his subpoena as well.
Commissioner, do you mind if I have one reclass question?
I don't.
So what's the question?
You may proceed.
Yes, please.
Thank you, sorry. Mr. Bradshaw, I just wanted to make sure I captured that last piece that you said. I think I heard you say that the minutes are a summary, but they do not capture what everybody said at the meeting. Is that accurate? So
Not quite accurate, because I mean, not everything that was said is specifically stated in these minutes.
okay, no further questions.
Excuse me. She said
Should clarify.
So, Ms. Garrett, were you asking him to be permanently excused?
Yes.
Yes, permanently excused. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Bradshaw.
Have a
We
good
call
day.
your next witness.
L&L calls Billy Fisher. Yeah, I can
Yes.
take a break.
Oh, I stepped down there.
I know. Sorry. I was gonna ask for it, and I was like, oh, you could just go. Yeah.
The time right now is 2:42. You want to go till 3? Do you need that much time?
I need 5 minutes to use the restroom.
Let's go till 3. Let's do that. Okay, that's the record.
I don't know what that implied, but okay, so
I like to rest.
I'm a medical doctor, so I'm just. So we're off the record and we will reconvene at 3 p.m. Acceptable? Okay.
Yeah.
3:00, going to resume the meeting. We're back on the record. He's already been sworn in.
Clarification, sir, you were here this morning when we swore all the witnesses in?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Billy, where do you live?
So
And where do you work?
here's the disposal,
And what do you do there?
general manager.
How long have you worked for Grizzly?
3.5 years.
Before becoming the general manager for Grizzly Disposal, where did you work?
For public services.
And how long did you work there?
4.5 years.
And do you recall approximately when you left employment with Republic?
Sure.
When was that?
Right, October of 2020 or 2021. Right there.
What was your position at Republic before you left?
Operations manager.
What did that job entail?
You oversaw the western part of Montana, so Missoula, Superior, Granite, Ronan.
Is Great Falls in there too? Or is that-
No,
Okay, it's a different division.
yeah, they didn't own it back then.
Okay. Did you ever testify in a public service commission hearing while you were working there?
Yes,
Do you recall which one?
yeah, L&L's application for Missoula.
Is that 2018?
Yes,
Did you, when you were the operations manager, did you have any duties associated with the, for Republic, did you have any duties associated with the landfill?
not directly, no.
Who was your supervisor at Republic before you left?
When I first got there, it was Robin Murbach, and then 4 months into it was Glenda Bradshaw. And then a year after that, it was Dawn Moss.
Is that the general manager
Yes.
position?
Yes.
Is that the Western Montana division or what's the?
So BU 452. At the time, I don't want to screw this up, but at the time, I think it's Bozeman, Billings, and Missoula. I'm pretty sure.
Is that, so you were there for 4.5 years, you had, sounds like 3 or 4 different general managers?
2. The first one was a regional manager, so we didn't have a GM when I got there, he left.
As the operations manager, what were you having day-to-day interactions with drivers?
Yes.
And what were those? Generally, what kind of interactions were you having with drivers as operations manager?
Just, route issues, how they saw things, way to make things better. My supervisor dealt directly with them, but we are all in the same area, so I've talked to them on a daily basis.
So you were the operations manager. Was there an operations supervisor when you were at Republic?
There was 2. There's Eric Bauer and Pete Blair.
And how was the operations supervisor position different from what you were doing?
They did crew in, crew out, daily schedules, collection issues, overages, missed pickups, the day-to-day grind of the business. They dealt directly with the driver and they handled the situations as they came up.
When you were operations manager, how many approximately, or when you left that position, how many drivers did you have on staff in Missoula?
I think 42, but it could be 46. It's one of those 2 numbers, right there.
And did it stay pretty steady? Were you able to keep those drivers around at Republic, or was there a high turnover?
Nope, it was pretty steady when we were there.
Okay. When you were there, did you have any reason to be familiar with Republic's operations down here in Granite County?
Yeah, that was under the same supervision.
Specifically roll-off service down in Granite County?
Yep. Jason Henderson ran that route.
That was the driver. And what, was it a regular route on a weekly basis, or how did that run?
I don't know if it was scheduled, but it pretty much was every one transfer site 1 week and one the other way. I don't know if it was on call or scheduled, but yeah, it was a regular basis for sure.
So he's coming down to pick up for the county at the transfer station?
Yep.
In Phillipsburg and Drummond?
Yep.
Were there regularly other roll-off customers looped in there, or?
Yeah, we provide a roll-off service for this area also.
It was the one driver. What kind of vehicle was he using at the time?
Chain driven roll-off truck, and he always hauled the trailer. He was doing transportation.
And what size containers, when you were there, did Republic have available roll-off containers?
40s, and they also had a compactor there, the compactor unit.
Do they have any other size besides the 40-yard roll-off?
Not on a regular basis. I mean, they could, if they requested, they'd get it, but 40 yards.
You've seen the protest that Republic has filed in this matter,
Yes.
and you've seen the annual revenue Republic has placed in conflict as a result of their protest.
Yes.
Do you recall that number off the top of your head?
Somewhere around 160,000.
How does that number compare to the annual revenue that Republic generated with roll-off service in Granite County when you were working there? If you know that.
I won't, but I'm assuming it's probably 3% less every year, but it's gotta be dang close to that. I do not know that number. I didn't do the contracts, specifically with this county. Chad did.
It was Chad Bauer.
Yeah.
Okay. Why did you leave Republic?
A lot of things led to it. Just general dissatisfaction after a few things happened. Let me go the way.
Do you still have relationships with people who are employed with Republic?
Yes.
Who do you still have a relationship with that works for Republic still?
Relationship's a tough word, right? Contact a lot. There's a few drivers. It's really weird. I haven't for a while, but like Fawada, Lyle, Chris Ostrom, they're friends before.
Those are drivers.
Those are drivers.
Okay. When you initially first left Republic, did you have more contact with folks who were still there?
Yeah, all the time.
And when did you become the general manager at Grizzly Disposal and Recycling?
May or April of 21.
And do you report to anyone?
Lance Johnson.
Tell me about a typical day as a general manager at Grizzly in Missoula.
Right now, it's a lot of planning for upcoming things. Like obviously, we're doing some infrastructure and how we're going to haul our waste. We have a lot of container needs. We have equipment that we're constantly purchasing and changing. We've changed 2 buildings in the last 6 months. It's taken a lot of time buying and purchasing equipment. And then general direction, I attend every safety meeting, but just general direction of, Eric pretty much runs the day-to-day things, but I work with more of the sales team and then the overall operational aspect.
How many employees do you have in Missoula County?
33,
And how many of those are drivers?
23.
Are all 23 of those drivers, do they have a commercial driver's license?
No,
How many of them have?
1. We have 1 left.
Only one commercial driver?
No, we have 1 left to get a
Okay.
license, sorry, 22.
Okay, great.
Yeah, we're going crazy.
How many customer service representatives?
4.
Any other positions that I've left out?
Outside sales, he calls them the executive vice president of sales, but outside sales, We have 2 supervisors, shop, foreman, mechanic, and myself in the office.
So you have a mechanic on staff?
2 of them.
Okay, perfect. Have you had any Republic employees move over to join you at Grizzly or that you hired?
Eric Bauer, Pete Blair. We did have one of their drivers for a little bit, Zach Bassett. He just now went on to further things.
Does Grizzly, do you regularly conduct safety trainings for the employees and drivers?
Yes.
there? And how often are those done?
Bi-weekly.
And who conducts those trainings in Missoula?
Eric leads, I usually finish.
Where is Grizzly disposing of the waste that it hauls in Missoula County?
Deer Lodge and Helena.
And is Deer Lodge publicly owned or is it privately owned?
Public,
And then Helena, Tri-County Disposal?
privately.
Do you know what you're paying per ton to dump at Deer Lodge?
Yes.
What is it?
It's $50 for MSW, $20 for C&D.
What is it? Sorry. It's gonna be a dumb question. What, can you explain what MSW is?
Solid waste, so that's your household garbage, and C&D, construction debris, would be roll-off bigger projects.
What's the difference between those two?
Type of waste, construction debris is gonna have lumber, metal, materials, anything from a job site. You're not gonna have food waste, garbage, household garbage.
It's construction and debris, is that usually heavier than MSW?
Not all the time, depends if you're a lumber job, whatever, yes, it varies.
What are you paying per ton at Tri-County Disposal?
39 for everything. Actually, that's incorrect. So we're gonna do a blended rate and we don't. It's 39 and 29. Sorry, we were looking at talking about doing blended rate, we never did.
Do you have, how much did Grizzly spend in disposal costs in 2023?
600,000,
What about this last year, 2024?
960,000.
And that's just in tipping fees to,
Just straight disposal cost.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Straight disposal cost?
thank you. Does Grizzly track the costs or expenses associated with transporting waste from Missoula County to Tri-County and Deer Lodge?
Yes, I could tell you by the unit right now, but if you ask me for a number, I'm gonna need some time. But yes,
And I don't need a specific number, I just was curious whether or not is keeping track of those expenses.
Yep.
Have you made any attempts to use Republic's landfill in Missoula?
yes.
Tell me about that.
Objection. If we could get to maybe something that's relevant to this proceeding or help understand where we're going with this.
And I think this is relevant to this proceeding. Part of hauling Class D waste is making sure it goes to a lawful disposal site. Republic has created some interesting issues here by refusing to allow Grizzly or L&L entry into their Republic-owned Missoula landfill. So I think all this is relevant.
Thank you. One moment.
Objection overruled.
Tell me about the efforts that you've made to try to use.
So we filled out an application to use it, never got responded to. We filled it out again didn't get a response. I actually had a conversation with Ryan Lawler and got a verbal no that we could not use it. We took a truck to the landfill, got on the scale, dumped it, and then we went back to do it again, and they denied us at the scale. So those are the efforts to go to this landfill.
Do you recall approximately when you made those efforts?
My conversation with Mr. Lawler was at the end of 24. When we went over the scale would be somewhere early in 22. When we applied for the application, it would have been during the, actually, I mean, I'm speaking to it, but Lance did it, sometime probably 21. I just saw the, you know.
Billy, is it fair to say the disposal costs you're paying to Tri-County and Deer Lodge for the Missoula County waste at Grizzly Halls would instead go to Republic if they were going into the landfill?
For sure.
Are there other transfer stations or disposal sites closer to Missoula County than Deer Lodge or Tri-County?
Yes, there's one in Victor, Montana. There's one in Superior.
Who owns the transfer site in Victor?
Bitter Disposal or Waste Connections?
Okay, and has Grizzly made attempts to utilize that
Yes.
for disposal? And what happened there?
They told us that they're not allowed to take out of county waste to the transfer station.
And where does that,
Objection, for clarification, who's the they in that?
Bitter Disposal?
Bitter disposal?
Yeah.
In that case, we object based on hearsay and move to strike the testimony.
Any response?
you know, I don't think it's hearsay. It's a regularly conducted business activity of Grizzly Disposal to explore their disposal options. And I think Mr. Fisher can report certainly what he's been told by other disposal facilities.
Response from Republic?
Please respond. Thank you. Regularly conducted business activities is an exception. It may apply to business records depending on the circumstances. But here we're not talking about business records. We're talking about a verbal conversation between two people. It's a out-of-court statement that's being made for the truth, to suggest the truth of the matter that's being asserted. It's hearsay that does not have an applicable exception.
Thank you, counsel. One moment.
Objection sustained.
Billy, when did you try to go down to Victor?
May of 22, right when we got started.
When you were at Republic, did you have any, or did you receive any information in that employment about how the landfill in Missoula operates?
Yes.
What information did you? What information did you receive?
The fact that we receive solid waste from all different entities, there's a ton of information, right? Like how do we, you learn a lot about the landfill. How do you process it? How do you compact it? What your compaction ratio is? Sorry.
Try that again.
So you learn a lot of stuff about landfill, how you process materials, how your compaction rate looks, how to become, world class. It shocked me, I guess, to find out that we took waste streams from all over Western United States, and even North Dakota.
So the Republic's landfill in Missoula, they're accepting waste from other states.
Yes, Idaho, North Dakota when I was there.
Is that hauled in by Republic or is it hauled in by other commercial haulers?
Other commercial haulers.
Are you familiar with the rates that Republic was charging other Class B haulers for disposal at the Missoula landfill?
I really wasn't. Our internal rate was different and I didn't have to do anything with the pricing.
Do you know whether Bitterroot disposal was utilizing the Missoula landfill?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any reason to believe that that has changed since you left Republic?
Objection. This information, while interesting, is irrelevant to the matter that we're considering here, which is whether or not Grizzly or L&L is fit to provide service in this area, whether there's a public need in this area.
And this goes to competition and lack of harm, and actually competition in support of the public interest that would benefit the public.
Just
You may respond.
if there is perhaps council could clarify how Bitterroot's disposal use of a landfill applies to this matter.
My understanding is that the contract that Bitterroot disposal has with Republic to haul from Victor to the Missoula landfill expressly excludes or prevents Bitterroot disposal from accepting any waste from L&L Site Services Grizzly.
Thank you, council. Just one moment.
Objection sustained.
Does Grizzly currently provide roll-off service in Missoula County?
Yes.
What equipment does Grizzly use to do that?
We have 7 roll-off trucks. 2 of them are hook trucks. We have about 180 roll-off containers.
What vehicles are you using? Oh, you just said that. Did you say how many containers?
180 approximately.
And what sizes are your containers?
40, 30, 20. Some are shorter, some are longer. We have tubs. We have different styles and variations of that same yardage size.
Have you ever run out of containers during periods of heavy use, like the summertime when construction?
No.
Do you have a designated driver for the roll-off?
Yes.
How would a customer in Missoula County go about getting a roll-off service on Grizzly?
Call 54171.
And
I'm sorry, call
54171. Our phone number
54171.
7171.
how long does it typically take for Grizzly to deliver a roll-off container once a customer requests it?
24 hours.
What about an on-demand pickup?
24 hours.
Is there ever, in your experience, substantial delays beyond those 24 hours? I guess more than a couple days?
Not so far.
Does Grizzly offer more frequent pickups than, say, a daily pickup roll-off container for everybody?
Oh yeah, for sure. It happens a lot on demolition projects, bigger sites where they want multiple hauls a day.
And Grizzly has no problem meeting those needs?
Not at all.
If this application is granted, would you be responsible for making sure Grizzly is providing roll-off service in Granite County?
Yes.
What equipment would you use?
7 roll-off trucks and 180 boxes.
Would Grizzly have to hire any new employees to handle that?
No.
Would Grizzly be able to offer roll-off service in Granite County year-round?
Yes.
Since Republic refuses to let Grizzly use the Missoula landfill, what facility would Grizzly use for disposal of its roll-offs in Granite County?
Powell County, Deer Lodge?
And has Grizzly already obtained permission from Powell County to do that?
Yes.
Has Grizzly ever provided roll-off service in Granite County?
Yes.
To who?
The Forest Service.
Explain to me how that happens.
They called us last year, they had a fire, and they couldn't get roll-off boxes from Republic. And they're a federal entity, so we could service them. And that's how that happened. We've done, multiple recycling boxes down here too. I do not know the count of that, like 2 or 3, not a lot.
And so, talk to me a little bit about the nature of roll-off service. That's not something that you would, well, talk to me about that. Is it regular, same day, every week, or how does that work?
There is some, there'd be very rarely, there's, most of it's on call. You very rarely have scheduled boxes. Most of those are compactors or grocery stores or commercial buildings. The roll-off in Granite County, besides the transfer station, I would assume is 95% on-call business.
And are they long-term permanent locations, or how does that work for roll-off service?
Here, no, the 2 transfer stations have permanent locations. I don't know of any other one, and it could be past my tenure, but I do not know any other permanent location down here.
And who is typically using roll-off containers?
Typically contractors, but homeowners and cleanouts are the next biggest one probably.
So this, you mentioned the Forest Service. Is Grizzly still providing roll-off service to the Forest Service right now?
No,
Was there a written contract between Grizzly and the federal government to do that at the time?
not that I know of.
Okay. Did you speak to the Forest Service, or was that a customer service representative?
No, customer service, I mean, one of them in the office, I don't know who it was.
Was there any issue raised about whether that was unauthorized service at the time that you provided it?
Who raised the issue, or?
That's my question, did anyone?
Yeah, we had a conversation about it in the office. I mean, obviously the customer service staff came to Eric first. Eric came to me, and Lance and I had a conversation. Hey, can we do this? You know, yada, yada, yada. And we deemed we could, since it was a federal agency.
Can you also explain to me, are there special considerations for when a federal entity is working on a wildfire?
I don't know, I do not know of anything where they could supersede any other regulations. I just know that the federal regulations are not regulated by the Public Service Commission.
How did you first learn about the Ranch at Rock Creek's need for roll-off service?
Vicky came and told me their need.
I'm sorry, I don't know that we've done this, but what is Vicky's last name?
Witt,
And what is her position at Grizzly?
customer service representative.
What did you do to try to meet the need that the ranch had expressed?
Well, we tried to get him a roll-off. We couldn't do it. We had a conversation. We're not able to haul it. We tried to get them to give us something in writing that said, hey, they're not going to service it, so we could approach the Public Service Commission and get a temporary authority to haul a box. None of that happened. So I reached out to Granite Disposal, and I told the guy, like, hey, why don't you have Granite haul this thing 3 times a week? You can get 16 yards per haul. You might be able to get your needs met. They didn't have any containers. They, being Granite Disposal, did not have any containers that would service it, that would be that big. So I personally drove 3 containers over here for the ranch to use to meet their need while we were waiting for an answer.
Why didn't Grizzly just immediately apply to the Public Service Commission for temporary operation?
we actually thought Mr. Robinson had the authority to do it, and we were gonna try to actually work with him and get him vehicles and equipment to do it. And in fact, it turned out he does not.
And did it take some time for,
Takes a lot of time.
do you recall when you initially, or whoever on behalf of the team may have made the request for clarification to the Public Service Commission about granite disposals permit?
I don't know that date. It's gotta be somewhere just after that. So if that was, I bet it was in July. I don't know.
And then approximately when did you get a response that granite disposal did not have authority to?
I would say it's 2 months after our initial request. It's kind of going back and forth, and I did have correspondence back and forth, like, hey, we're still working on this, we're looking at this, yada, 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 and we finally got a response that they did not have the authority.
Let me, just to refresh your recollection, so we make sure that we have a clear record here. Let's look at. Let's look at Exhibit 5, L&L 570 and 70 through 574.
All right.
It's L&L 570. 570. Let's look on page 573 first. After looking at Max's email, 573, 574, does that refresh your recollection as to the date that that initial request for clarification was? What's it?
On page 573 was June 18th.
And then on 570, you review that email from Katie Sherd. Does that refresh your recollection as to when that?
Oh yeah, December 23rd.
So that was about 6 months?
Yeah, I thought 2.
Okay.
Yep.
That's what I wanted to make sure we got that in the record. So it took about 6 months. And do you know when that application was filed in this case? When L&L filed its application?
October?
Let's look at Exhibit 1. Let's refresh your recollection there as well. Anyways, we'll move on. The commission has on the record when the application was filed. So during this, when you first learned about the ranch and their needs, we're looking at different options to try to solve that. Did you do anything else to try to help existing provider granite disposal? In the immediate.
Yeah, I mean, we lent them containers, 4-yard containers for their use.
You like granite disposal?
Mhm.
containers? And were those delivered to the ranch?
Yes,
Did Grizzly haul those containers from the ranch?
no, still there.
Who hauled the waste in those containers?
Granite disposal.
How did your interactions with the Granite County Commission come about? And please don't tell me what anyone said.
Yeah. I had a meeting with Scott and Blaine
Scott, what's his
Adler and Blaine Bradshaw, and I don't know the date of that. And I don't really know who initiated it. It was to talk about potential of bidding the contract in the future, and this was a while back. And then we kind of went back, I got some information from the county to see what their needs were, and if I can meet it, if I could come up with some kind of a unique plan to solve their waste that might be something they're not doing now, some different way to look at it. So over the next 6 to 8 months, I kind of analyzed their data and had conversations about, hey, what I would do if I were you guys, and this is what I would do. And it's a tax-based disposal system, so there's a lot of moving parts. But we had quite a few conversations on what I would do if I was Granite County with my waste.
Did you do Exhibit 8? Would like for you to tell me, introduce some of this, maybe all of it. This budget detail report, this is the 643 through 661. Is that information that was shared with you from Granite County?
661.
Yeah. 43 to 661.
Yes.
Did you review that information in putting together a disposal or a proposal for Granite County?
Yes.
Did you, at the time that you spoke with Granite County, did you know that there was a contract in place with the public?
Yes.
And what was your proposal, at least to provide this? So how would you have done things differently from the information that you had? You had this budget detail report. Did you have a copy of the contract?
Yes, Jackie, can council just rephrase to be clear what the question is?
The question is, did you have a copy of the contract?
Yes.
Okay.
Withdrawn.
And did you have other information besides the contract and the budget detail report?
I had tickets from the sites that show tonnage and haul frequencies. I don't know if they're in this, but yeah, other stuff.
Did you have any invoices from the public to Granite County?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. And so you reviewed those items, and how would you have proposed to do things differently to Granite County if Grizzly had the authority at that time?
To be honest with you, I wasn't worried about us having the authority or Grizzly doing the job. I suggested that they had granite disposal self-haul to Deer Lodge, because it reduces their costs. It significantly, they could shut down Drummond's transfer site was my suggestion. Obviously, they chose not to. And direct haul from the trucks to Deer Lodge. Now, they always wanted to do that, but they did not have a contract in place with Deer Lodge. Granite County wanted to do that. They were afraid that they wouldn't have a place to dump it.
The witness is testifying as to the county's intentions.
Yeah, don't talk about what people
Okay.
said.
No, go ahead.
Let me ask another
Okay.
question. So you had proposed to the county that Deer Lodge would be a more cost-effective disposal location.
Yes,
And allow, not for Grizzly to haul, but for granite disposal.
yeah, to directly haul it so they could reduce their cost of processing the material at the transfer station.
And did you explain in meeting and communicating with the commission and county officials that Grizzly did not have the authority from the Public Service Commission?
Yes,
Did you propose anything to Granite County in terms of Grizzly providing service to the transfer station?
no,
It was for granite disposal.
yeah.
I want to talk about this issue with DEQ. We're looking at, there's a report. What happened? Or what precipitated this involvement with DEQ and Grizzly disposal?
Objection, assumes facts, not evidence.
Response?
I'm asking him what happened. We're getting those facts into evidence.
I think if council can just lay foundation for where we're going, I have no objection to the line of questioning as long as we can get there.
There's some involvement with DEQ and Grizzly disposal.
Yes,
What happened?
they came to our site our original site in Missoula at Stone Container. And said that we had to stop transferring construction debris in the building until we sought a permit.
And how did DEQ learn of this issue?
Anonymous.
Objection, hearsay, calls for speculation.
They didn't know who told them.
This was information provided by DEQ. I'm not really interested in putting all, I don't think any of this is relevant, but I want to make sure we talk about it because Mr. Priscilla has indicated, or Mr. Nicholson, I can't remember which one, indicated a desire to explore this issue with Mr. Fisher, so I wanted to get some facts on the record. Before we started, I don't feel the need to introduce any of this into evidence because it's not related to roll-off service or Granite County.
Okay,
I'll withdraw my objection.
Somebody called them.
And the complaint was that there was dumping on the ground.
Yes,
Okay. And what was your understanding of what happened? Were you dumping on, was Grizzly dumping on the ground?
we were dumping our construction boxes inside of their OCC building, which is a warehouse.
When you say their OCC?
Stone Container.
Okay. And did that complaint with DEQ, how did they make some suggestion or direct you to Grizzly to do something about dealing with this complaint?
Yeah, they directed us to apply for.
Objection, hearsay.
I mean, you wanted to talk about this. What did you do in response to the DEQ?
We stopped operation there and applied for a transfer station permit.
Okay. And did you get a transfer station permit?
Pending.
Okay. And so you haven't gotten a response?
No.
yet on that. And how would that, if you get that transfer station permit, has there been any other enforcement action on the part of DEQ?
No,
Does this have anything to do with, how does this, sorry, I'll withdraw that question. So there's no resolution to this matter at this point.
no.
Can you tell me a little bit, Billy, about your relationship with Rick Robinson and Granite Disposal?
Yeah, I think we first met each other probably two and a half years ago. He came to town to get some bear carts, I assume, and we were talking containers. And I provided him with some bear carts. He was looking, you know, he used to buy used containers from Republic and Allied when I was there. Maybe to continue that relationship of our used stuff, because he's pretty handy, and so he takes and fixes them and puts them back out for use here. That's how we started about 2.5 years ago.
And have you has Grizzly provided containers to Granite Disposal?
Yes.
Do you know approximately the size and number of containers that?
Yeah, I know exactly. So he has 9 95-gallon carts, 4 95-gallon bear containers, and 3 4-yard steel containers.
What's the one that's you could see in town that has
95-gallon regular container cart.
I don't have any further questions for this witness at this time.
The witness may now be cross-examined.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fisher.
Good afternoon.
Let's see, so you've been with, I was trying to get my head around the facts. You've been with Grizzly since May of 21?
Yes.
Okay. And you'll have to forgive me if I refer to it as L&L. I understand they're interchangeable, but old habits die hard. It's fair to say you're familiar with the company's operations at this point. And as I understood it, you're responsible for essentially the western half of L&L's operations. Is that correct? Everything headed out of the Missoula office?
Missoula County.
Okay. Is that solely Missoula County at this point?
Yep.
Okay. You're involved in the management decisions for L&L?
Grizzly.
Sorry, Grizzly.
Yeah.
So,
they are different. Grizzly is the operation over in Missoula. They're not interchangeable. So Grizzly is the operation in Missoula. L&L is the corporate overlord.
I don't have anything to do with Postman.
I'm sorry. You said what?
I do not have anything to do with Postman.
If I accidentally refer to L&L, I do mean Grizzly in this case, just to be clear. Okay. You were involved in preparing Grizzly's data responses for this matter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk just a little bit about what Grizzly has in mind. To serve Granite County, Grizzly is going to need employees to do so, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I think I understood from, I don't recall if it was your or Lance's testimony earlier that it has the employees it needs and
yes,
not intending to hire additional employees, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But as of right now, there's no plan for how many employees, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So no plan for how many administrative support personnel that are going to be required?
I have no plan to hire.
County.
Yep, I have no plan to hire
anybody else, we can cover it with our current staff.
Okay, let's work with that then. I think you should have in front of you a copy of our exhibits, but if not, I can bring it over.
I got it.
Okay.
Is this L&L or? we have different-
That's ours. They're
Here's
different.
I need to know.
One second, I'm sorry. So I'm gonna be referring to our exhibit B, if you'll flip to pages 21 and 22. I guess, let me have you start on page 1, just to make sure it's clear what we're going on. So exhibit B, page 1.
Yep.
All right, do you recognize the document we're looking at here?
Yes.
What is this?
It's a data request with report out.
Okay, and it's the data responses to Republic Services data requests in this docket?
Yes.
Okay. Any reason to believe that this is not an accurate representation of those responses?
Nope.
Okay. Republic moves for admission of the entirety of exhibit B.
The objection?
Is that including all of the attachments, or is it, we're just talking about the 38 pages of responses?
Yeah. For our purpose of our discussion now, just maybe the 38 pages of responses.
Is there any reason we can't just limit it to the specific requests that you're?
I guess
Which number were you referring to?
So on page 1 of exhibit B, and I've asked the witness if this is L&L's, but he's identified this rather as L&L's data responses. He's confirmed that this is an accurate representation of those data responses, and I'm moving for admission of those data responses.
And yeah, my objection would be, I can't, it's not clear to me why the full and complete responses would be necessary or where we're going with this. So I can't fully respond to that at this point. And I would object because I don't believe we played foundation for each and every response.
Thank you, counsel, unless you have a response to
I
that.
guess I'm not sure what part of the foundation we're concerned about. Witnesses testified that this is an accurate representation of the data responses, that these are the things that submitted in the docket. I mean, frankly, it's a matter of the record already, so I'm not entirely sure what the concern is, but I'm happy to address it if we can clarify what the concern is.
There were several L&L employees identified as having assisted in these responses. They cover a wide variety of topics, which may or may not be admissible or relevant to these proceedings. And so without knowing which specific requests and responses Mr. Priscilla wants to introduce, I would object. Lack of foundation, lack of personal knowledge.
Do you have a response to that?
I guess I could turn, we're getting a little bit past ourselves, but if we could turn to the last page of that 38 pages, there is a representation that the witness, and he has just confirmed that this is accurate, that the witness provided assistance in preparing the responses to each and every one of these data responses. So I do not pretend to I'm not going to try to introduce facts from counsel's table. I'm only relying on the witness's representations.
And that does not accurately reflect the response to AWS 23. It says the following individuals assisted in preparing L&L's responses to AWS 001, AWS 023. Does not designate which specific. I'm not trying to be difficult here. I want to move forward. I just think that the right way to do this is to ask Mr. Fisher what his personal knowledge is with respect to whatever topic it is that you're trying to get at, and let him try to respond. And then if you want to impeach him with the responses, then we can do that. I just don't I don't know that there's been foundation laid for introduction of each and every one of these responses at this point. And, you know, it could be that after I have an opportunity to review all those, that I might not object, but at this point, I'm not prepared to wholesale cede objections to each and every discovery response.
Thank you, counsel. Be just one moment. We have one clarification question for Ms. Garib. In your response just now, is it true that you said you don't have any specific relevance objections, any data responses?
I mean, I do, because I'm not sure why there needs to be a wholesale introduction of something at this point. Because I do think that there's questions about rates that we've objected to. And I think that there are, which, as you know, the commission does not regulate. I think the information related to DEQ and that investigation is not relevant to these proceedings. I think it has nothing to do with public need or any of the elements that L&L has to establish. I don't think the application for temporary authority was already granted. I don't see how that's relevant. So I do. I mean, that's the thing about trying to wholesale introduce these at this point. If I have an opportunity to review these again, like I said, I may be willing to stipulate wholesale to introducing these and Republic's responses, but I'm not prepared to do that at this point. I mean, if I can understand what specific discovery request he's talking about, I would be able to give you a clearer answer, I think.
Republic, did you have a response?
With respect to reviewing them, they're Grizzly's responses, so I feel like they're not our words, they're.
Well, then I will just put into the record each and every objection that I've noted in response if we want to do that. I mean, I don't think that's the appropriate way to handle this. I would object to wholesale putting these in. Several of them are not relevant to these proceedings. and or constitute objections, which are not evidence.
Thank you. Would Republic be willing to limit its request for admission to certain pages, or are you still asking for admission of the entire exhibit responses?
Thank you. As I understand the relevance objections there as to the conversation, the data request as to rates, a data request as to the involvement of the DEQ, and a data request as to the temporary authority. Understanding that there are, those are the relevance objections. If we would exclude those, then I guess I would move the admission of the remainder of the data requests, and then we can address those each in their turn.
And I would oppose that. I would ask that, again, it's unclear to me for what purpose Mr. Fisher is being asked to admit that he helped with these requests, and which specific requests that he helped with. He will not have foundation for some of these requests because he did not assist in answering some of these requests. And if we can identify which specific requests the public would like to introduce, I'm more than willing to do that. Those are not, I appreciate you accurately characterized the objections that I raised just in glancing at these at this point to introducing them here and into the record at the hearing. But I have other objections based on introducing those through this witness.
Republic, did you have a response?
This is my last response. The witness has testified that he assisted in preparing these responses, and he did not limit that response to a particular subset of these responses. If we get into this discussion and determine through, if he testifies that in fact he has accidentally said, made a broader statement, he's certainly going to be able to correct himself. We can address that at that point.
May I voir dire the witness?
Can you repeat that?
May I voir dire the witness about these specific responses? I will ask Mr. Fisher, did you assist with responding into AWS 1? Did you assist in responding to AWS 2? That way we can actually lay foundation for that.
I'm happy to do that if that's preferable to the commission. I think this is a much more efficient solution, but I'm happy to do it however the commission determines.
Thank you, counsel. We are going to confer for just one more moment.
Sustained.
And I will note the commission is persuaded that some of the data responses are not relevant and would be willing to consider requests for admission of specific responses or groups of responses regarding the same subject.
Understood. Thank you very much. Right, so let's go through these bit by bit, and we'll come at them as we go. So if you'll turn to pages 20 and 21 of Exhibit B. Excuse me, 21 and 22. Let's start with 21. Okay. All right, so I'm looking at AWS, the request is numbered as AWS 01212. Business plan. Okay. And you'll see the responses start on the bottom of page 21, the next following of page 22. So I'm talking about the pages that I look at here. I think I understood you to say earlier that that Grizzly, excuse me, does not necessarily have a set need to hire additional employees, but I think I understood that that there's not necessarily a plan to hire additional employees. Is that accurate?
Mhm.
Okay. And then same question as to customer service representatives. No plan to hire additional customer service representatives
Granite County.
for Granite
specific-
County for this matter.
Yes,
Same question as to controllers.
yes,
Okay. How about logistics? Same question as to mechanics. Dispatchers.
You have to say
Yeah,
your
I'm
answer
sorry.
out loud.
yes. So no, we're not gonna hire anybody.
Okay. Operations, drivers included?
No,
No. Okay. So just to be clear, Grizzly's plan would be to service this area using all of its existing, or some of its existing employees. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay. And that would sort of by necessity pull those employees from being able to serve other areas. Is that correct?
no.
Why not?
They're 35, 40-hour employees. They can still do their job and work 47 hours. I mean, they're not gonna pull from something else.
Okay. So they have free time in their schedule right now.
Right.
And you would be assigning that additional time here. Okay. Do you have a sense of what you're going to be paying those employees for when they come down here? For this
Yes.
additional time?
Yes,
Okay, so there is some sort of plan that has been thought through, is that accurate?
no, I know that what overtime rates are,
Okay. What are overtime rates?
depending on the employee, time and a half. All employees have different wages, depending on abilities and tenure.
So as a range, then, can you give us an approximation of what that would be for, say, drivers?
23 to 28
$23 to $28
dollars per hour.
per hour, and that's their standard rate, not the overtime rate?
Yep.
Okay. And then how about for mechanics?
I have, in my shop alone, $25 an hour would be a good average rate.
Okay. Dispatchers?
Don't have any.
Don't have, okay. Customer service representatives?
You want my average rate per hour? Probably $24.50 would be really dang accurate.
Okay. And so I think I understood you to say that this might require them to work overtime, depending on what their current schedules are,
Potentially.
okay? Does that cost include the cost of any benefits, or is that just their hourly wage?
Hourly wage.
Okay, and there are benefits included presumably as well?
Yep.
Okay,
Can you guys, we give him just a little break in
Sure.
between the questions and
we'll
answers.
slow down.
Thank you. Yep,
I can do that.
appreciate it.
Do I understand correctly that these employees would all be based out of the Missoula office?
Yes,
That's delightful. Thank you.
And are these, in your experience, are these rates that you're offering your employees competitive against Republic's collective bargaining agreement?
yes.
How about for benefits?
Can't speak to the collective bargaining agreement for benefits.
Fair enough. For the equipment that Grizzly is planning on using, I think I heard you say, and I want to make sure I got this right. Is it 7 roll-off trucks?
Yes.
That are currently operating in Missoula?
Yes,
And how many would Grizzly need to operate in Granite County?
one, I mean, we wouldn't need any other, but it wouldn't take more than one truck to service this area.
Okay, so 1 truck, and that's sufficient for the county,
Yes,
as you understand?
yes,
Okay. Did I understand correctly that there are 2 additional hook trucks, or are those included within the 7?
included.
Okay, thank you. And then 180 containers, not all of which would be used in Granite County, which is, I think, what might have come up earlier, but would be used as a group to service both Missoula and Granite County.
Yes,
you'd agree that that information is not included in the data responses that Grizzly has provided in this matter, correct?
I haven't read this in completion, so I do not know what's in there or not.
Okay. Can you turn to page 15 and 38, please?
Yeah.
All right, I'm looking at question mark ABS 008 equipment. Identify all equipment of the applicant. Excuse me, there's a typo. Identify all equipment of the applicant uses or expects to use in the service area on a weekly or more frequent basis for the services described in the applicant's application. Did I read that correctly?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
And the response is any L&L equipment will likely be used in Granite County on an on-call basis to provide Class D service using roll-off containers. Such service may or may not require weekly pickups or service. Initially, L&L plans to use 2 trucks and at least 20 roll-off containers with additional containers available if needed. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
And so just so we understand it, L&L's that's used here does mean Grizzly after all?
it does.
Okay, thank you. Is the equipment that Grizzly uses in Missoula County going to be the same type of equipment that is needed here in rural areas in Granite County?
Yes,
Even though the needs in Missoula city streets, for example, may be different than the needs out here in Granite County?
yes,
Okay. Now, just to clarify, and I think I heard it before, you live in Missoula County, correct?
yes,
Okay, so not out here. And you do not currently work in Granite County, correct?
no,
Okay. L&L says that it has not contacted any of Republic's customers in connection with this application, correct?
Republic's customers? You're asking me if,
Yeah, let me ask the question one more time, sorry.
Okay.
L&L or Grizzly says that it has not contacted any of Republic's customers in connection with this application, correct?
I'm trying to think of one of our affidavits, I'm sure is a Republic customer. So I couldn't answer that like, definitively. We could have, when we're asking for Missoula affidavits or people to support this, they could be a customer of Republic Services that does business in Granite County, so I don't want to lie to you. So we could have contacted them, yes.
Okay. Let's just turn to ADBS 11. I'm looking at page 20 and 21. Again, exhibit B. On the top of page 21, L&L response to AWS 011, subpart C. I'll just read this. 0 known customers of Republic were contacted by L&L or a person acting on L&L's behalf for the purpose of discussing Republic services or seeking or obtaining affidavits for the purposes of the pending application. Did I read that correctly?
You did?
Okay. Is this one of those responses in the data responses that you helped prepare?
No,
Okay. So you don't have any knowledge as we sit here today, whether or not that's an accurate statement?
I do not.
It's fair to say that L&L contacted Granite County about its transfer stations, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And Granite County, we know is a customer of Republic, correct?
yes,
Okay, so I think we can maybe clarify and say, you do know as you're sitting here today that L&L has contacted Republic's customers about this application, correct?
My understanding, I'm gonna object, it doesn't reflect the testimony. My understanding about Mr. Fisher's testimony was that Granite County reached out to him.
Response from Republic?
I'd be perfectly happy if Mr. Fisher wants to clarify what his interactions with the county were, but I think that's a factual question and not necessarily a legal objection. So if we can clarify that, I'm certainly happy to do so.
It seems like it would work for everyone to have that clarification. If you could ask that clarifying question first.
Sure. So I understand that at some point, the county has communicated with you about its transfer stations, is that correct?
Yes.
And in return, you at times have contacted the county about its transfer stations. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay, so as you understand it, the response that we've read, L&L 11C, is not an accurate statement, correct?
If Granite County is a customer of Republic, then yes, it's not an accurate statement.
Well, okay, so I don't want to talk in hypotheticals, and so I don't need to belabor the point.
I'm just gonna object again, because we have to be specific about what subsection C says. It says identify the number of Republic customers that the applicant or a person acting on behalf of the applicant contacted for the purpose of discussing Republic's services or seeking or obtaining affidavits for purposes of the applicant's application. Mr. Fisher and the testimony from Granite County was not about Republic's service to the county. It was about how Granite Disposal or Mr. Fisher might meet the county's needs for roll-off service. And so my objection is that it mischaracterizes the testimony and it doesn't accurately reflect the discovery or data request. The need for request.
Response to that?
I mean, I think we've heard testimony from the county attorney and from Mr. Fisher himself about his contact with the county, and the fact that they were discussing how to make more efficient, I believe was the term, the transfer stations or alternatives to the transfer stations that are currently served by Republic under a contract, and a fair amount of testimony about that contract negotiation process and the alternatives that were offered to the county. So I think that former testimony speaks for itself, and I just would like to clarify whether or not this is an accurate representation that Grizzly has made.
For clarification, could you repeat your question one more time?
Sure. The question is, as you understand it today, Billy, is L&L, the response that L&L provided to AWS 11C an accurate statement?
Okay, thank you, council, for your responses, and objection is noted. We are going to discuss. One moment, please.
Objection overruled.
Billy, would you like me to restate the question?
Yes, please, this is what you have.
Okay. As you, is L&L's response to AWS 11C accurate?
This is where I struggle. So I did not contact, or nobody contacted Granite County to talk about Republic services or affidavits. We talked about solutions to their waste needs. So in that fact, this is accurate. If we talk to one of their customers, it's inaccurate.
Let me try getting at this a different way, maybe. I think I heard you testify before that you had sought out and reviewed some of Republic invoices to the county in connection with your bid. Is that
Yes.
accurate? Okay.
Yes,
So you knew that the county was a client, a customer of Republic in preparing your bid to the county. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay. So you were discussing an alternative bid for something that Republic, a service that Republic was already providing to the county, correct?
yes,
Okay, so you contacted the county, which was a customer of Republic, about an alternative to a service that Republic was providing, correct?
yes,
Okay.
yes,
So with all of that in mind, you are telling me that 0 known customers of Republic were contacted by L&L or a person acting on L&L's behalf for the purpose of discussing Republic services.
right. So Republic Services is in that thing. I'm not trying to mislead you or anything, but Republic Services,
I guess the point I'm getting at is you contacted the county about, which is a customer of the Republic, about the services that Republic was providing, correct?
I wanted to provide a different service. I know, I don't want to lead you wrong here, but I wasn't contacting about Republic Services.
Okay, we'll move on.
Okay.
So let's go a little bit further. If you can turn to, well, Grizzly didn't receive any statements from anyone in connection with this application, correct?
So I know
Okay. Except as an example,
of David.
except as an example of the affidavits, correct?
Yeah.
So it's not correct that when it denied receiving statements from anyone in this application.
Where is that stated?
All right, let's turn to AWS 09, subpart E. I think we're looking at page 1738. We're looking at page 1938, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm reading subpart E. L&L has not taken or received any written statements in relation to the pending application in this proceeding. Is that accurate? Yeah, sorry, did I read that accurately?
You read it accurate.
Okay, is that a true statement?
I would say no.
Okay. And just to be clear, L&L has received statements from the ranch at Rock Creek about this proceeding? Correct?
We received an update from, yes.
Okay. And the various emails that they've passed along to you? Okay, and Granite County we talked about already. And from the I think you received statements from contractor Lance Cheney as well, is that correct?
If you say so, it's in evidence. I haven't seen it.
There are no communications with Mr. Cheney, written communications.
Objection, counsel's testifying.
You just said there are statements with Mr. Cheney.
I'm asking the witness I'm asking the witness to confirm whether or not there are statements and, sorry. I'm asking the witness to confirm whether or not there are statements that he's free to confirm or deny them as he understands it.
Thank you. One moment.
The objection about mischaracterizing the evidence is overruled.
So just to be clear, so Grizzly received a statement from contractor Lance Cheney in this matter, correct?
Not that I know of. I've never seen it.
Okay, so we're still on page 19 of 38 in Exhibit B. If you look down, I think it's the 4th paragraph, 2, 3, 5th paragraph. I'm going to read this out loud. Chase Reynolds, Lance Cheney, and Shane Ulrich may testify regarding any problems, issues.
Can you read it slower?
Oh, I'm sorry. Shall I start at the beginning?
Yes, please.
Okay. Chase Reynolds, Lance Cheney, and Shane Ulrich may testify regarding any problems, issues, complaints, billing, or contract issues, and/or any information within their personal knowledge relevant to the public need for an additional Class D carrier utilizing roll-off containers in Granite County and Republic's existing services. Did I read that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so this, what we're looking at here, Exhibit B, is L&L's data responses, correct?
Yep.
Okay, and so L&L must have received some information from Lance Cheney in order for them to make this representation, correct?
I would assume so. I didn't have contact with this guy. I don't know who he is.
Okay, so oh. Let's move on. Grizzly doesn't have any expectations about the numbers of customers it's going to be able to serve if it's granted the certificate, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But somehow Grizzly is expecting a profit margin of 10 to 20%, correct?
That's just our average rate of return, so we assume we'd have the same thing.
Well, let's turn to the US 12. Sorry, page 21, I believe it starts on, and then it goes on to, what did I say, 21 on to 22. I'm looking on 22 sub D. L&L expects the profit margin of the proposed Class D service utilizing roll-off containers in Granite County will be consistent with its existing overall profit margins for Class D service throughout Montana for approximately 10 to 20%. Did I read that correctly? So L&L expects the profit margin to be approximately 10 to 20%, correct?
Yep.
Okay. But L&L doesn't know how many customers it's going to be serving, correct?
Correct.
Within the last 2 years, L&L's only received indications from four potential customers regarding the proposed service in Granite County, correct?
If you can give me those 4 customers, I can confirm it.
Well, okay, let's go to page 17.
Okay.
Excuse me, bottom of page 16, L&L response to AWS 009. Within the last 2 years, the following persons or entities have indicated to L&L that they need a post service in Granite County. And then I'll list them. 1, Brandon Monteleone, the Director of Engineering and Logistics for Rancho Rock Creek. 2, the USDA/US Forest Service, Donald Keever. 3, Granite County Commissioner Scott Adler. Am I correct to understand that you're suggesting that this is the Granite County Commissioner Scott Adler acting on behalf of Granite County and not his personal?
Yes.
Okay. And then 4, Richard Robinson, Granite Disposal.
Yep, that's correct.
Correct, okay. So only 4 potential customers have indicated that they may need roll-off services in Granite County to Grizzly, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see, you testified a little bit earlier about your time at Republic. Just to be clear, you left there in, I think you said 2020, is that right? Somewhere around there, summer of 2020?
Yeah, fall. Yeah.
Fall of 2020, thank you. So you don't have any recent knowledge about its finances, correct?
Nope.
Okay, no recent knowledge about its equipment availability?
Nope.
Equipment maintenance?
Nope.
Okay, employee availability?
Nope. How
it schedules or trains its staff?
Nope.
Okay. Since you left Republic, you don't participate in Republic's management meetings anymore, correct?
No.
So Republic doesn't share the company's goals with you?
No.
And they don't share the company's strategies with you?
No.
And Republic doesn't discuss its willingness to serve customers with you?
No.
Okay. So let's turn to a subject that Ms. Garrett asked you about on direct, and that is the DEQ transfer station. So just to confirm, I think I understand that L&L or Grizzly received a letter from the Montana DEQ regarding a complaint that an unlicensed transfer station was being operated in Missoula, Montana, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was while you were the general manager, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see, can we turn to AWS 15? I think it's page 25.
Okay.
Did you help with the preparation of AWS 15?
Real quick. Yes, but I think we object to everything, but yes.
I'm sorry, AWS 15, there's no objections that I can see here. Can you,
Oh, sorry, I was saying 16, my bad.
No, you're fine. Okay, so AWS 15, it's entitled, okay. All right, so you helped prepare that response?
Yes.
Okay. Is this an accurate representation of that response as you're looking at it here on the page?
Are we looking at A?
AWS 015, it's got two parts, A and B.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. The Republic would move admission of AWS, well, Exhibit B, where we at page 25 of 38, at least as it pertains to the question and response to AWS 15, and the associated base documents that they include with that as well. And those are listed as L&L 000522 to 523, and 529 to 546.
I would object to admission based on relevance. It's not relevant to any of the elements that applicant is required to put on evidence of, and has the burden of demonstrating in this case. It's not even related to hauling. It's related to operations of the yard, I believe. And so I don't know how it relates to anything that the PSC is responsible for regulating. It's not related to illegal hauling. It's not allegations of any of that. So I would object to that.
Republic, do you have a response?
The Public Service Commission has previously indicated through its orders on a number of occasions that evidence of illegal activity by the proposed hauler, the applicant, is highly relevant to applicant fitness. In this case, not only is this the operation of a facility, and I guess if we get into it, we'll get into it, but a facility that it sounds like is used in connection with their garbage hauling service in their current territory, but also it is the same kind of station, apparently, as we are talking about the potential operation of here in Granite County. So I think it is highly relevant to applicant fitness, and it's directly related to the type of services that we are talking about in this hearing.
Transfer station is a disposal facility, and any licensing of that goes through DEQ. There's no allegations or documentation that the complaint was substantiated and, excuse me, and or documents any illegal activity by the applicant. There was a complaint, an anonymous complaint filed, and there was an investigation, and there's a pending application. This response, I mean, for purposes of the response, if Mr. Forcella is questioning the credibility of this assertion here in the response, this complaint was resolved without further action from DEQ. I suppose it's admissible in terms of credibility, but I don't see how the underlying documentation or any of the information associated is relevant to whether L&L is fit to haul, whether public need exists, whether the existing carriers in Granite County are meeting need and can or will meet that need, or whether there is going to be any harm contrary to the public interest to Republic as a result of L&L's entry into the market in Granite County.
Republic, do you have a further response?
Again, I think it is part and parcel of the garbage hauling business. It is a transfer station, like we've spent quite a bit of time today talking about. While I appreciate council's testimony about the facts, the suggested facts there, I think that the documents that we are referring to bear out many of those facts. And moreover, the witnesses testified that instead of this being a resolved issue, testified shortly ago that this is an unresolved issue that has not yet been completed. And so I'm for that reason, among others, I think it's highly relevant to this proceeding.
Thank you, counsel. Just one moment.
Objection overruled.
So this would be admitted, you could say.
It was WS 15. And there were these two.
You could just say the
Just
data
data.
response.
Okay. So Republic Exhibit B, data response, AWS 15 on page 25 is admitted into the evidentiary record
With attachments.
with attachments.
Thank you, Commissioner. Billy, one last follow-up piece on that. It came up during our discussion about the objection, but I don't think you've spoken to it yet. That last sentence in AWS 15A says this complaint was resolved without further action from the DEQ. That's not accurate, is it?
That's accurate.
You testified maybe 20 minutes ago that no resolution has happened yet in this matter.
You were talking about transfer station permit.
Okay.
So that there's no resolution, the transfer station permit is still pending.
Okay, so that response is regarding an unlicensed transfer station. So are we saying there's an unlicensed transfer station and an unpermitted transfer station, or are these the same location?
They're not the same location.
So there's two different locations where L&L has received some sort of investigatory letter?
Nope.
No? Okay.
We
So
received a letter
Yep.
at Pulp Mill.
Okay.
Stopped operation
Mhm.
and applied for a transfer station at a different location.
Okay, and that matter yet has not been resolved?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. If we can flip to the document Bates marked L&L 529 as part of Exhibit B. As part of the piece that was just admitted.
Where's the?
Keep flipping back to a lot of L&L numbers. That's Exhibit B.
Yeah.
And just keep flipping back until the number at the bottom says L&L 520000529.
Thank you.
Yep. There should be a big picture of a truck on the page, or half truck anyway.
Yep. There we go.
There you go. All right, so I'm looking at that email on the page there. Looks like from Lance to your council or your company's council, and then below that, an email that appears to be about the investigation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm gonna object to this specific portion being entered into evidence as hearsay. This is not an email from associated with Mr. Fisher. It's from Lance Johnson to me, and it's an email from the engineer, Eric Erb. So we have only foundation. I recognize that the commission has said that this is admitted, but I'd again like to raise an objection to any admission of this particular email based on the foundation that's been laid.
Yeah, so a couple of things. Sorry, Commission, if I might respond.
Yes, go ahead.
A couple of things. One, to the extent we need to, I think we can establish that this is a business record kept by L&L. If we need to recall a witness to do that, that's fine. I mean, it's an email from the head of the company to the company's counsel. It was not claimed as privileged, and it appears to be accurate, at least according to the witness's testimony maybe 5 minutes ago. Further, it appears that whoever was acting here on behalf of the Drizzly or L&L is acting as an agent of L&L, and so to the extent that that's true, it's a statement of party opponent, and so it's not even hearsay for that reason. In addition to all that, we just admitted this.
May I respond briefly, just for my objection?
Yes,
on the
if
record?
Republic is done with your
Please,
response. Okay, go ahead.
This email is not a business record of L&L. It is an email from Eric Urban of Highland Environmental Inc. We don't have any testimony from him on the record. Communications between businesses are not business records of one business. there is no hearsay exception. We don't have any foundation for this, and it's being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. And so I would object on the record. I understand that the commission has already ruled on this issue without specifically reviewing each attached document, but I want to at least create a record for appeal here.
Thank you, counsel. One moment, please.
Objection sustained.
At this time, the commission would amend its omission of Exhibit B, data response AWS 015 to exclude the attachment L&L 000529.
Okay.
You may continue.
Thank you. Let's turn to 532. This is a letter to Marley Held Wilson at the DEQ from Eric Urban at Highland Environmental. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as I read that first line of the letter, it says, as required by your letter dated April 8th, 2024, Grizzly Disposal and Recycling is to be attached. Oops, sorry, I'll go slower. As required by your letter dated April 8th, 2024, Grizzly Disposal and Recycling is submitting an attached operation and maintenance plan. Did I read that first line correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So Eric Urban of Highland Environmental Inc. is acting as Grizzly Disposal and Recycling's agent to submit this letter, is that correct?
Yes.
And they are, Eric Urban is assisting in the response to this investigation of the transfer site, is that correct?
He created the operation plan. He's an engineer. So he's a consultant.
He's a consultant hired by, and he's a consultant hired by who?
Grizzly Disposal.
Grizzly Disposal, so he's acting on behalf of Grizzly Disposal. Okay. Was that, so this letter is dated May 7th, 2024. Did his contractual relationship with Grizzly end on May 7th, 2024, did it continue?
I'm gonna say yes. I don't do that contract.
Understood. I guess we're turning back now to 529 that we just went through. I want to make sure we understand that this is still connected to the same issue. So on May 7th, 2024, he was acting on behalf of Grizzly Disposal and Recycling.
Yes.
Okay, can you turn to L&L 000529? I understand it's not been admitted into evidence. What's the date on the top of the email from Eric Urban to Marley Held? May. So that's the day after Eric Urban submitted his letter to Marley Held, is that correct?
Yes.
And do I understand, if I look a little further down, it says, please see our attached cover letter and operations maintenance plan. So when Eric is referring to that attached cover letter and operations and maintenance plan, he's referring to these next couple of pages that we just went through, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so just to be clear, when he was sending this email, he was an agent of L&L or Grizzly still, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so with that in mind, I guess I turn back to the commission. We've established, so let me back up. Under Rule 801D, subpart 2, an opposing party statement, subpart C, when a statement is made by a person whom a party authorized to make a statement on the subject, or is made, part D, by that party's agent within the scope of their relationship while their relationship existed, that is not hearsay. And so for that reason, I think we've cleared up the issue that maybe was addressed before in that objection. So unless there are further objections to the admission of this email, I guess it's only page 1 of this email that we've excluded, because page 2 is still in evidence. We would remove the admission of this email. It is the email from Eric Urban acting on behalf of L&L is not hearsay, and the email from Lance Johnson is a statement of a party opponent, also not hearsay.
I don't have any objection, and I think we're wasting everyone's time, but let's go ahead.
So.
Objection, so you could read next page.
So we readmit this page. Page 29.
All right, Billy Rolls. Okay, the question I was going to try to ask you about this email initially, if we'll look at that, the only paragraph in that email, it says, I'm not sure if it matters, but we do want to point out that the inspection report from March 8th, 2024 has an error. Can you clarify for us as we're sitting here today that inspection report is not included with the responses that we've admitted, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and it's not included elsewhere in L&L's responses, correct?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Could not hide it, but.
No, thank you, I appreciate it. So as we sit here right now, there's nothing that we or the commission can review to determine the content of that investigation report, correct?
Correct.
And to what extent L&L was accused of violating the law as to this transfer station, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Last little bit. So there was some testimony before about the miscommunication between Republic and Rock Creek, the ranch at Rock Creek. Were you sitting here, or were you present for that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So you understand kind of the context that we've been talking about, the communications back and forth between, I guess, partly you and the ranch and who else? Brandon Monteleone, thank you, at the ranch. Have you made mistakes at work before, Billy?
Oh, yeah.
When you did you try to help correct those mistakes?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you seen your coworkers make mistakes before?
Oh, yeah, yes.
And if and when you did you try to help them correct those mistakes?
Yes.
That's just part of business, right? People make mistakes.
I agree.
Okay, so does L&L ever make mistakes?
Yes.
Do those mistakes that L&L make, does that at times impact their customers?
Yes.
Okay. If and when it does, is it fair to say you try to help correct those mistakes?
For sure.
But you can only correct those once you've determined that there's an issue, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's all we've got. I appreciate everybody's patience.
I have no questions. Do you have any questions?
I do have. One moment, I'm adjusting our video camera. I do have one quick clarification question. In the beginning of your testimony, you mentioned that L&L's roll-offs can be used for home cleanouts.
Yes.
Does this mean that L&L's roll-off containers could take any residential trash
Where? So when you look at it, yes.
where it's authorized?
Yes.
Would that be the same for its proposed operations in Granite County?
Yes.
Thank you.
L&L, do you wish to redirect?
I do have a little bit on redirect. Billy, this inspection report dated March 8th, do you have a copy of that? And why didn't you give it to me?
Do you have a copy?
Do you have a copy of it?
I don't know.
Okay. Will you do me a favor and look for that?
Yeah,
Okay.
we should. I
Okay.
mean, I should have something. Yes.
I want to make sure, and we may have issues about visibility, but I want to make sure I have it at least. There's some questions about making mistakes and when you make a mistake as general manager for Grizzly Disposal, is it important for you to take accountability for that mistake?
For sure.
And is part of making mistakes that you sometimes have to live with the consequences of those mistakes?
Always.
What does it mean to you to take responsibility for a mistake in your role as general manager for Grizzly Disposal?
It's highly important to me. I've actually found that some of my strongest relationships come from mistakes and how you respond to them. So I own every one for our facility. I don't care if it's me or my employees or my drivers. I own it. I have to attain for it.
Has there ever, to your knowledge as general manager of Grizzly, has one of your customer service representatives ever made the mistake of telling a resident of Missoula County that Grizzly could not provide them service because Grizzly does not service that area?
No.
Is that something that could ever happen under Grizzly's existing customer service system?
No.
Objection.
Why not?
Calls for speculation.
L&L, do you have a response?
I can lay some foundation about how the customer service system at Grizzly works. I'll withdraw the question and I can lay some foundation. So when customer service representatives of Grizzly do intake for a customer in Missoula County, what kind of information are they requesting?
Objections, let's go across.
Ms. Garrett, do you have a response?
This goes to this mistake line of questioning. And so I want to make sure that we know that what I'm trying to distinguish what a mistake and actually just a denial of service is. And the objection was what?
Beyond the scope of cross.
Okay, and so he asked about mistakes. And so that's, we're going back onto that, or expanding on that.
Thank you, counsel. One moment.
Objection overruled.
I forgot.
I'm sorry, can you read it back for me, please?
So when customer service representatives at Grizzly do intake for a customer, objection.
When customer service representatives at Grizzly do intake for a customer in Missoula County, what kind of information are they collecting?
Address, phone number, typically payment type.
And how does the customer service representative determine whether Grizzly has authority from the Public Service Commission to serve that customer?
They go off a map that I built.
And what does that map show?
Missoula County.
And so if the customer's address shows up in Missoula County, would Grizzly ever have reason to deny that request?
No.
If the public makes a mistake in Granite County with respect to its service area and a customer request, is there any other option for that customer to get roll-off service in Granite County?
No.
In Missoula County, if Grizzly makes a mistake in terms of roll-off service, are there other options?
Yes.
And hopefully this is I think this is my last little section. I want to look at the exhibit, and I can't remember if it's exhibit B, maybe our responses to data requests.
Ours?
Yeah. There's some question about, Mr. Frisella asked about written statements. And you mentioned, well, the affidavits are written statements, isn't it? I believe it's look at AWS 11 on page 23. This specific question from a public with affidavits, is that right?
Yes. I'm sorry, what was that?
Page 20.
Oh, thank you.
AWS 11. And section D, our response. Can you read that? The L&L response to AWS 11, section D.
See the affidavit submitted with L&L pending application for temporary operating authority.
nobody's denying that the written statements and the affidavits from customers exist, right?
No.
I want to clarify your relationship with Granite County or Grizzly's relationship with Granite County. How did Grizzly first have contact with Granite County or any representatives thereof?
I was dealing with Granite Disposal, Mr. Robinson, and I got a call to look at their stuff from Commissioner Adler. It's a long time ago, but that's how it started, is through Granite Disposal.
Commissioner Adler reached out to you
Yes.
first.
Yes. I talked to Rick. Yes.
Or at least that's the way you.
Yeah, and I got an email from their assistant requesting a meeting to talk about it. I know I got an email, a request for a lunch.
And you produced that email to me in Discovery. I hope so. I'm pretty sure.
I think you do have it, actually.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
do.
good.
I'm pretty sure. I have no further questions at this time.
The witness may be temporarily excused.
Thank you.
All right. It is 5:02 PM. So this meeting, the hearing is now in recess for today. For the record, the time is 5:02 PM and we will resume the hearing tomorrow morning, April 3rd, 9 AM in the same place, Granite Museum, Phillipsburg. We are off the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can be just leave her.